There we go.
There we go.
Oh, boy.
Should have done it
No
after I
swearing.
spoke.
Anyway, good morning, everyone. I'm Stephanie. Just a couple quick housekeeping things. Restrooms are out the hall here, on the left, important things. Wi-Fi is on that little sign over there. And then you can hold the desk. Coffee and beverages, so please help yourself. A lunch at 11:45, so let's break this some trips as needed, and you virtual folks as well. And then if you don't have a mic to verbally ask questions, Jill has graciously volunteered to monitor the chat. So just use your chat if you don't have audio capabilities. But we are recording, so if you have to step away or anything, I'll send you that link so you can catch up on what you missed. But we're delighted to have you here. Love to have everyone back in Lansing. We were just talking about the challenge of new world with hybrid, and but love to safely welcome you back to MBA as well. So Jill introduced you, so I guess I won't read this bio.
That's okay. If that's part of your script, go for it.
Okay, it is. So
That's fine.
Cody is Vice President Information Security Consulting for SBS Cybersecurity, where he works to help organizations identify and understand cybersecurity risks to allow them to make better and more informed business decisions. He maintains as a CISA system.
Yep.
Certification, and has a Bachelor of Science degree in Computer and Network Security from Dakota State University and Center of Academic Excellence and Information Assurance Education designated by NSA. Since 2011, Cody has assisted banks in private industry organizations across the U.S. with a focus on IT security, system operations, and information assurance. He's an instructor, as Joe mentioned, with SBS Institute certification program, performs speaking engagements, trainings for banks, the banking associations. He's a blog author, and hosts educational webinars as well. So it's a mouthful.
Yeah, see, I apologize for having to go through that. Welcome, everybody. And to those of you that are virtual, I'm going to do my best to keep you engaged.
Good morning, Rob.
Hi, Rob. I'm going to do my best to keep you engaged. If you can speak, there are speakers behind me. I should be able to hear you. If you can't, we will, at some point in the near future, have somebody monitoring chat, because the way that this is set up, I'm fairly certain I'm not going to be able to monitor chat and run the presentation, which we've already hit a slight snag there because my screen mover, there we go. There's my screen mover. Welcome, everybody. This is my last professional picture taken in 2019, before we could no longer get professional pictures. We did have professional pictures scheduled for about a month ago. And when we were there, the person that was going to take them called and said that they couldn't because they were exposed to COVID. So I still don't have them. And I look a little different. A little bit about us. You got my speaker bio. I apologize for as long as that can get. I started with SBS fresh out of college. Couldn't quite figure out what exactly I wanted to do with my life, so I did what every normal college student would do at that point. I enrolled in grad school. And my very first class I took was with the founder of SBS, Kevin Streff, and he offered me an internship. So I started an internship with him. After that, I saw an opportunity in the audit department, of which there actually wasn't at the time. I was technically SBS's first auditor. And I did that for about 3.5 years. And then I got into consulting, moved up through the ranks of consulting. I oversee our full service vendor management product. I oversee a handful of consultants in the consulting team. And now I do this. So kind of a little bit of a storied past for me. What do we do? What does SBS do? Well, the easy way to start that is we try to protect confidentiality, integrity, and availability of information during processing, storing, and transmission through people, process, and technology, right? So people, process, and technology. On that list, I've done just about everything except penetration tests. some reason, I've never done that, but we have people on our organization that are much better at doing those things. So I let them do it. And then I get into education. Now, actually, what you're looking at here is the material that you have in front of you. What I'm going to give you today is essentially our CDBCP, which stands for Certified Banking Business Continuity Professional. It matches the, what's the word I'm looking for here? Description of the event. Now, I don't know if we're necessarily going to be able to get through all of the material in the time that we have. For example, I'll probably cut out some of the pandemic stuff. I bet you guys are a little bit tired of talking pandemic. But I wanted to at least give it to you. And if you have questions, you can ask. I would also note that I'm not usually the instructor for this. I am for the cybersecurity manager and for the security manager. Cybersecurity just being all of the cybersecurity assessment. The gentleman that was going to come here, his wife could have a baby any day. So he asked me if I would fill in for him, and I said, absolutely. So module 1, laws and regulations. And I'm sorry, this might be the driest part. I almost promise you that it's going to be. There's even going to be times that I'm going to read those slides to you, but I promise you it's for effect. Now, what I really want out of you guys is ask questions, get engaged. Tell me the struggles that you're having. Let's talk them through. Because guess what? If we don't get through all the slides, I don't know if it's that big of a deal. You can always ask those questions later. Let's go around the room real quick. Denise, commercial bank. How many you need?
We have 10 branches.
Okay.
104
Asset size?
Employees. Sure.
Under $1 billion?
Yeah.
Under $500 million? Okay. Tara?
And with their bank, we're at about 6 million, I think.
Okay.
Maybe as of yesterday. We've got 4 banking offices, a bunch of loan production offices, and we're at about 200 employees.
Okay. FDIC, OCC, Federal Reserve?
Yes.
Yes. See, is anyone here over $1 billion with the OCC? Silence. Okay. If you are, let us know. Some of the stories that I'll tell you about some of the more, let's call it advanced concepts, tend to come from over $1 billion and the OCC. Expected, expectations, or so to speak. However, getting into laws and regulations, yes. Sure, yeah, I'm sorry, I apologize, guys. If I can't see everybody, so if someone wants to speak up and tell me your asset size.
Yes, sorry, yes. Isabella Bank, we're over $1 billion.
Okay, are you OCC?
Yes,
Okay, there we go, we got one. Thank you, Miles.
sure.
Others? Okay. So this is what the regulatory landscape looks like, right? Now, if anybody tells you it's the law, well, then they're talking about GLBA. Oh, current institution, 153.2 million, prior financial list. Okay, very good. Thank you, Carissa.
Sorry about that.
Oh, it's fine. Do you want to take that with you? That might just be easier. You want the keyboard too. Sorry, guys, we're working out our kinks. So the regulatory landscape, right? And all of this stems from GLBA, the law, written 1999, enforced in 2001. It's actually very short. Ooh, I need you to click on the screen. I lost control. GLBA, the law, created the guidance. Each of these organizations let out or put out their own guidance, right? So the Gramm-Leach-Bliley Act, the law that enacted everything that came after, literally reads exactly this. This is it. Section 501B says, in furtherance of the policy in subsection A, each agency or authority described in 505A, legalese is fun, isn't it? Shall establish appropriate safeguards for the financial institutions subject to their jurisdiction relating to administrative, technical, and physical safeguards to ensure security and confidentiality of the information, protect against anticipated threats or hazards, and protect against unauthorized access. That's the law. That's it. From that came the regulation, right? So the regulation is written into what will, the one everybody usually references is Appendix B, Part 364, the FDIC rules and regulations. Now, that doesn't mean that the Federal Reserve doesn't essentially have the same thing of their own and that the OCC doesn't also have effectively the same thing of their own. They do. But the one that everybody tends to talk about is Appendix B to Part 364. And it looks like this, right? So those standards for safeguarding customer information. You must have an information security program and its stated objectives. And the development of that program involve the board of directors, assess risk, manage and control risk, oversee service providers, adjust the program, report to the board, and implement the standards identified in it. So that's the regulation. It actually states, right? So comprehensive written information security program, administrative, technical, and physical safeguards, appropriate to the size and complexity, with the objectives being to ensure the security and confidentiality, protect against anticipated threats, protect against unauthorized access. Then they add a bullet point about disposal. That's the regulation. Then came the FFIEC's guidance. And they released these 11 booklets. Now, you might notice that this lists operations. Operations has been replaced by the architecture, infrastructure, and operations handbook. Last year. It took them, my math's not great, 16 years, 17 years. And today we're going to talk about just the business continuity handbook. There'll be some other topics we dive into a little bit, but generally speaking, just the business continuity handbook. So banks are rated on the CAMEL system. In particular, the area that we're dealing with, IT, falls under the M, right? So M stands for manager. This is what SBS would define or demonstrate as a well-structured information security program, right? If we were going to diagram it out, this is what it looks like. On the left, you have risk assessments. On the right, you test it with an audit. At the very top, you have your policies that dictate what's going to happen, right? So the implementation of the program, that's the instantiation of the policies, the implementation of the policies. Then you have your outputs, right? Your plans, deliverables, services, reports, risk assessment on the left, audit on the right, cyclical. So you have to have an information security program. What are your options? Lots of options. Build one on the ISO series. You can build one on the COVID series. ITIL, I think, is up there. I've started to see a lot of individuals push towards NIST. Also, the handbooks. Read any of those that came out in the last 5 years. They got a lot of NIST in them. Right? So you can pick. I think a pretty quick win is to follow FFIEC guidance, hitch it off of NIST, since they're doing that. And then whatever other kind of regulatory, let's call it flavor, that you get from your examiners. And an ISP looks something like this, right? A good information security program, if you look back at that diagram, right? What you see in this slide are the pieces of that diagram. And part of an information security program is going to be emergency preparedness, aka business continuity. So today, we're talking about a subsection of an information security program. So all of these areas under the emergency preparedness umbrella, they can be broken out in different ways, right? I'll bet you some of the smaller banks don't have a disaster recovery plan and a business continuity plan. You might, but you might just have one. But I bet you do have an incident response program or plan, incident response. And I bet you have, well, and your pandemic preparedness plan, that might also be part of your business continuity plan. Right, but if I had to separate it out, I'd say business continuity, disaster recovery, that's dealing with availability of information. Incident response deals with confidentiality or integrity of the information. Pandemic deals with people. There's a process for building out disaster recovery and business continuity plan. We always start with a business impact analysis. That impact analysis also has a flavor of risk assessment to it. Now, you're probably going to hear me refer to the business impact analysis as a risk assessment. It is, right? Everything's based on a risk assessment, going back to that flow chart page. Your information security program is based on a series of risk assessments. The business continuity plan is based on the impact analysis. If you don't have a good business impact analysis, it's really hard to have a good, useful business continuity plan outside of like crisis management and dealing with, hard infrastructure like the buildings, not IT. You're also going to notice that I have a propensity to talk ahead of my slides. So you've got a lot of material there, and there's a really good chance that I'm going to have covered it by the time we get there. So that's also going to save you some time today. But another diagram being, as part of enterprise risk management is business continuity management, right? And hey, look, it starts on the risk management side. Inside there, you may have an incident response plan, you may have a disaster recovery plan, there's a crisis management plan, right? It might all be part of it, but you have to have the pieces contained. I like to split them out. It's not all that necessary. We'll talk a little bit about incident response today, perhaps, given time. I think that's kind of, I love business continuity, I do. I think incident response is kind of maybe a little more than that right now, right? The world we live in. So we are probably a little concerned about the Russia-Ukraine crisis, but that's ultimately going to start as an incident before it becomes business continuity. So if we get a chance, we'll talk some incident response. We'll probably skip over this slide. Where are we? Somewhere in here. Somewhere around that post-peak here. Phases of emergency preparedness. Guys, you're going to see this in any stuff that we do, right? This is specifically about emergency preparedness, but you're always here, right? You're always in the preparedness area until something happens. Now, if I was building the BIA for you, I'd have this all diagrammed out, and this explosion here would be a sad face on the board. Right, so there's your sad face. Then you're responding, and you're recovering, and you're mitigating, and then you're preparing again. So it's cyclical, right? You're always in a phase of preparedness so that when you go into this, you know what comes next. Not unlike that diagram that I gave you about continually doing risk assessments, continually doing tests, using both of those to feed in and make yourself better. So the business continuity planning process is for financial institutions to recover and resume. There we go. First misstep of the day, guys. I apologize. I lost my train of thought. We were talking a little earlier about filler words, and I try to avoid saying So what I usually do is just admit my fault. Let me start again. BCP establishes a process for financial institutions to recover and resume business processes. Right, so business processes. BIA. BIA is an assessment of business processes. The focus has to be the processes. Now, that doesn't mean that we're not going to also take into account the applications that they rely on, the assets that they rely on. We certainly will. But it's a focus on the process. It's a process risk assessment. Because financial institutions play a critical role in the overall economy, disruptions in service should be minimized in order to maintain public trust and confidence. Right? That's why you're seeing those blasts right now, given the current state of the world. As such, management should incorporate business continuity considerations into the overall design of their business model, right, to proactively mitigate these risks. So what's the difference? I talked a little bit about this. I usually draw the line at business continuity has to do with lack of availability of information. Disaster recovery has to do with lack of availability of infrastructure. Right? If you're going to draw a line somewhere, I think that's a good place to draw a line. Now, the BCP booklet is effectively broken out like this. Under risk management, you have the business impact analysis and its associated risk assessment. You have plan development, testing, maintenance, and improvement. Doesn't that look a lot like that cyclical process again? Guys, most of this stuff is repetitive. And I'll say that a bunch today too. What are some common issues? Some common issues with business continuity plans that they don't cover the requirements of the guidance. They don't drive real value. They're not kept off-site or online. What if you need it? You can't find it. Not built on the BIA. Most of the criticism that I see in business continuity plans has almost nothing to do with the contents of the plans, because that's hard to audit. Or what are you going to say? If it follows the guidance, how can you tell me that the content is irrelevant unless you don't have it based on a good impact analysis? Because if it isn't, then you can't prove that it can support you. And that it's not tested. Right? So not appropriately tested. Annually, you have to test. And we can have a conversation too when we get to testing about how in detail you need to go. Because for each of you, that's going to be different. How big are you? How dependent on vendors are you? Do you do processing in-house? That all matters. That all matters a lot. I can go through that. So this is the business continuity management requirements pulled out of CAT. These are just the baseline requirements. So if you're looking to update your business continuity plan, or if you're not sure if it meets the requirements of the cybersecurity assessment, which is the organizational risk assessment, for which most of us must adhere to, then here you go. If you need to be baseline, these are the things that your business continuity plan must do. Is there any way that we can get that green thing out of there? Nope. All right, don't worry about it. We'll keep going. No. Oh, look at that. There we go. Even better. Thank you. So the handbook. Handbook's broken down into two parts. Part one provides the narrative, which describes continuity management process Part 2 gives you the examination procedures, right? So if you're curious what they're going to be looking at, that's another good place to look. Oh, see, there we go. The booklet has the following to say. Guys, I know this is the dry part. I apologize for having to take you through all this. It's foundational and it is important. On governance, make sure that your business continuity plan aligns with your risk appetite. What do you suppose that means? Without having other metrics that you may use to define appetite, how would you tell if your business continuity management process aligns with your risk appetite? And I've been saying it a lot already. The impact analysis. By identifying the continuity level needed, right? So are we able to support the organization by backups? Are we able to support the organization through our recovery processes? Establish those policies and plans, allocate resources as needed, right? That when I'm helping organizations build a BIA, it's my favorite thing to do, right? Because at the end, you might have an inversion. You might have them say, our max allowable downtime is 24 hours for this process. And IT comes back and says, cool, well, I can give you 48 hours. That's a problem. So now we have to allocate resources to close the gap or our expectations. Provide competent management to implement the program, monitor and assess performance levels relating to goals, right? So testing. On roles and responsibilities. The board and senior management govern the process by defining responsibilities and accountability and by allocating adequate resources. Examiners should review the following. Is it meeting the entity's strategic goals and objectives? Is the board providing adequate oversight? Has management aligned BCM-related activities and responsibilities? And have you developed those business continuity management strategies, so your business continuity plan? Whew. Guys, I promise you, I'm not going to read this whole slide to you, but this is what the handbook has to say on board oversight and on management oversight. What you're going to find there is that it kind of trickles down. Right? The board is ultimately responsible, but they can delegate some of this because somebody else is doing the work. With respect to audit, what should you look at, or what would be looked at when you analyze a business continuity plan? Look at the business impact analysis and risk assessment for, I love that word, reasonableness. Identification of critical functions and the likelihood of different events affecting those processes. So not only do we want to assess our timeframes and their dependencies for the impact analysis, we've also got to make sure that in that risk assessment, we're identifying those potential impacts. Mitigating controls. Evaluate those controls for reliability. So your risk assessment will identify controls that you have in place. Check them. Do you? Are they good enough? Leverage SOC reports from third parties, right? Because if you're heavily outsourced, you're not necessarily going to be able to say what vendor A's business continuity plan looks like, but their vendor management doc should give you a good idea. It doesn't, that becomes a function of vendor management. Compare the entity's inherent risk level against the effectiveness of risk mitigation against your risk appetite. Verify whether test plans achieve stated objectives. Right? So when I monitor functional testing for some of my bigger organizations, I've got a checklist and a stopwatch. And we go through and we write down times of system recovery, an application test, and guess what? There's almost always a fault. What didn't work right? Figure it out, make ourselves better. Business continuity risk management focuses on a subset of operational risk factors against which capital and reserves alone may not protect an entity. Right? So the things that money just can't straight up buy. The business impact analysis and risk assessment represent the foundation. I apologize, guys. That's the second time I lost myself, but I've already talked through that slide. So, on impact analysis, what do we build it into? Right? What do we look for? Does it identify critical business processes? Does it identify interconnectivities across business units? Right? So, process dependencies. There can be process dependencies. A process dependent on a process. Identification and analysis of disruptive events. Reasonableness of recovery objectives. My favorite one. Oh, we can't lose anything. Our RPO is 0. Okay, well, good luck. Figure out how to show me that that's useful, right? I have actually had banks get written up for having essentially unreasonable recovery objectives. So the examiner comes in and goes, really? 2 hours? Show me. Show me the 2 hours. Well, guess what? Then you got to show them 2 hours. Now, if you can do it, great. Present it. If you can't, don't say it. On the risk assessment side, right, this is that part underneath the process impact analysis. Right, the likelihood and impact of potential disruptive events. You might want to consider geographic area. For example, if you're using our process, you may want to go through the threats and take out hurricane. I bet you in Michigan don't have to worry about a hurricane. Or volcano. And there can be man-made things too, right? Like I've worked in some areas where you have to have a little niche about the nuclear power plant down the road. Is it really something to worry about? I don't know. But in the certain areas, they have asked for it in the past. And consider the risk and threats that could affect your third-party service providers, right? Think back to Hurricane Sandy. I think it was Jack Henry.
It was.
Jack Henry learned a lesson during Hurricane Sandy. To Jack Henry's credit, I believe they have 3 data centers now, and they are spread well across the United States. I think one's in Brantford.
Yep.
Business continuity strategies. The board and senior management should develop effective strategies to meet resilience and recovery objectives. Board oversight generally includes guidelines for achieving the business continuity objectives. Examiners should review the strategies to and whether they address personnel, processes, technologies, and facility issues. Okay, there's some new stuff, right? Because I always talk about technology. But here's where they can criticize outside of what do you have for an impact analysis, right? Because I think the impact analysis, now let's go straight to technology. But what about personnel? What about facility issues? Address critical business risk in the operating environment, such as cyber threats or loss of third-party service providers. Outline a combination of backup, replication, and storage methods for data protection. Provide for high redundancy levels in telecommunications infrastructure. You guys have the ability to get to telecoms into wherever it is your primary data center. I know that can be tough, but maybe it doesn't matter because your backup data center is on a different one, right? There's different ways around that. Detail a consistent change management process through the entity, include alternatives to any proprietary systems, and include provisions for appropriate international business activities where applicable. Not going to read this one to you. This is the action summary of what examiners would look for in Part B of the handbook. But on resilience, they talk about physical resilience, cyber resilience, data backups and replication, personnel, third-party service providers, telecommunications, power, and change management. Do you have a generator hooked up to your primary data set? If you don't, okay, what are your compensating controls? How quickly can you roll over to wherever that other data center is? Does that meet your impact analysis requirements? You don't have to have a generator. Just show me that you don't have to. Use those risk assessments. On physical. So are your buildings strong enough? Do you have alternative sites identified for each of those places? If you don't, can people work from home? That's maybe a new concept that didn't necessarily exist when this book was written in 2019. Actually, fun thing there, this booklet came out in November of 2019. And I like what they did with the booklet. I do. But the old booklet, and I might butcher these numbers a little bit, but they'll be close, said the word pandemic like 160 times, and the new booklet said it like 20. And they interlaced it, right? They took all of the appendices of the old booklet and put them into the new one, so there's not a bunch of appendices. They more or less stated that it would be a high impact, low probability event. That came out in November of 2019. Just a little humor there. But again, telecommunications lines, power sources, and consider your geographic diversity, right? Are you near that nuclear power plant? Is Homer Simpson running it? Sorry, there's the first lame joke of the day. On cyber resilience. Maintaining operations despite ever-changing risks, right? I'm sure everybody got the blast about preparing for potential cyber attacks, given the Russia-Ukraine situation. What are you doing about that? Have you come up with additional resilience plans so that you can check balances? Right? The sophistication and frequency of cyber attacks increase, the potential for disruption. Your resilience measures should be flexible enough to adapt. How are you dealing? Data backups and replication. Right? How are you doing your backups? Backups should maintain confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Backup and replication is not just focused on production data, right? That's the most important. But you don't want to lose everything else either. Can be mirrored to an offsite location. Should be backed up on removable media. Right? Before you get into that 3-2-1 methodology. I say removable media, I don't mean you're walking around with it in USB drives in your pocket either, right? We'll talk a little bit more about that farther down the road. You know, for real-time or high-volume systems, it may be appropriate to have advanced duplication and backup methods, right? And when I see that, I think, how tight are those RTOs? How tight are those RPOs? Right? If you have 24 hours and 48 hours, I don't know if you need advanced duplication and backup methods. Yeah, more on data backups. I've got a whole presentation on data backups, so probably don't need to get too far into this. This is what the regulation says, right? This is all about regulation. So on data backups, are you covering operating systems, applications, utility programs, and databases? Procedures may address the following: backup types, backup levels, retention standards. That's another thing I'm seeing a lot of come from the regulators. How long are we keeping these things? How long are we maintaining data? Even in situations when the primary and backup facilities are inoperable or corrupted, customers of entities expect to be able to access their information. That's true. So making sure that we're able to do that. On personnel. Resilience is dependent on personnel availability. This slide might be another one of those where due to the pandemic, we can probably skip a little bit of it. We got really good at doing remote work. Did anybody here, you don't have to speak up unless you fall into this category. Did anyone here not actually go to some form of remote work environment in 2020? Maybe not for, an entire 2 years, but highlighted here are pandemic or mass absenteeism. On personnel. In the old days when I would test pandemics, we would do either 40 to 50% randomly generated removal of employees, either in total for the organization, in total per department, or by branch. Right? We'd take those individuals out, and we'd say, this is what you have left, and operate. Right? Because effectively what we're looking for are staffing and skills, right? Are we able to continue to provide service based on cross-training? But, providing for lodging for displaced families, basic necessities and services for displaced employees, on-site medical. Truly, in all of my years, I've never looked for some of those things. But that doesn't mean that somebody outside of IT is not going to look for them. Right? You have defibrillators in certain places. I don't know what Michigan law has to say about that. Secure telecommunications options if employees work from alternative locations, right? So when you send them home, I hope they're connecting through some secure method. For third-party service providers. A critical failure in a widely used third-party service provider could have a large-scale consequence. Okay, the Jack Henry example I used with Hurricane Sandy. What happens if your third party is unavailable for a long period of time? Finastra had that issue 2 years ago, I believe. That was Ransomware. I don't think I'm giving anything away. I'm pretty sure that's published. If you use them, you probably have experienced something. So third-party service providers. Your business continuity plan should consider the same risks for your third-party service providers as you do for yourself, right? Just because you outsource doesn't mean that you give up responsibility. You have to hold them the same standards that you hold yourself. Now you could say, Cody, how do I get them to do more? Well, pay, right? Then maybe you hit a wall. Maybe you get to a point where vendor A says, you know what? We're going to recover in 24 hours if something really bad happens. By the way, we have 4 data centers. So it's unlikely that we're not going to be able to just go like that and operate. But if it does, 24 hours. Well, then that might just be what you have to accept. Does it fit your risk appetite? Will they participate in recovery testing? Right? Well, they should on the technical standpoint, depending on what vendor they are. If you're thinking incident response, will you have an attorney sitting with you? Will someone at the insurance agency answer questions if you ask them? Financial capacity to continue meeting contractual obligations. That's a good question too. That's a vendor management question. Right? But what happens if the worst happens to them? Do they have the financial capacity to deal with it? Yeah, see, now we're diving into a little bit of vendor management. On the third-party service provider side, what are their SLAs? Do their SLAs meet your BIAs? Boy, now we're getting an alphabet soup. Are they giving you the appropriate metrics, described in the resilience and recovery expectations? Do you get periodic service reviews? Right? If operations at a third-party service provider cease, the length of time required to convert to an alternate site would, for most applications, exceed a reasonable RTO. Accurate. Right? That was the example I was giving earlier. Right? So to the extent possible, management should establish plans for resilience of third-party service providers supporting critical operations. On telecommunications, ensure appropriate redundancy levels where possible. Try to avoid single points of failure. Understand some of these places you're not going to get two ISPs, the internet service providers. Right? For example, multiple carriers may rely on the same telecommunication backbone. Happens sometimes. In South Dakota, quite a bit. Might be a lot of carriers. Most of them run on SDN. I can point to a few locations where they have data centers that make it kind of hard. Right, so identifying single points of failure, establishing redundant telecommunication links where possible, reviewing the entity's third-party service providers' plans, right? So vendor management, developing guidelines commensurate with the entity's size, complexity, and risk to provide for diversified communications, monitoring relationships with those providers, and inquiring about physical paths used by those providers. On power. I know, guys, it's regulation. Promise this will be more fun in the latter hours. You are dependent on power, right? Not just to run technology, but pretty much everything. What happens if the power goes out in the middle of winter? It is currently snowing a little bit, which means it's below 30 degrees. That means here would become pretty inhospitable in what, a day, I suppose, with no power? So what do you do about short-term power disruption? What do you do about long-term power disruption? I'm assuming Michigan, being as much more populous as you are, at least certain areas, where I grew up, we didn't have power for 7 days once. Everybody. Is that something that you might experience? And if so, do you have a plan for it? On change management. As changes are made to production systems and business processes during the normal course of business, recovery systems and documentation at the alternate location should be similarly updated. Boy, that's something I don't see happen. That's a fault that I see sometimes. And I told you got to have these plans saved somewhere that's not just at the main office. Can be online, but if it's online, then you're not going to worry, right? But hey, you also have to keep a list of supplies, right? You have to keep those supplies. So as things change, as those supply needs change, make sure that you get those to those alternate sites. I've seen before where you've had to use a manual operating procedure and they have old forms. Now what are you supposed to do? Well, you do it anyways, and then you figure it out later. But now you're just extending the stress and the time put in once you get off manual operating procedures. Right? So a good change management process should allow for expedient implementation of emergency changes during an event. On communication. As changes are made to production systems, this literally looks like the same thing. It is. Tell you what, I'll wait. On communications, make sure that you have your call trees updated. If you're using a system for call trees, make sure that that's available to everybody, right? If it's an application on a cell phone, are you sure that they have it? If it's a web-based application that sends text messages to everybody, well, again, make sure those call trees are updated. In this case, that you have the right contact information. Right? That's what the communications section is all about. Making sure that up and down the chain of command, it's easy to get the commander's intent to everybody in a reasonable amount of time. On communications, right? I just talked about employees there. But make sure that you have in that list your appropriate regulatory agencies, emergency first responders, law enforcement, financial sector trade associations is probably a good idea, right? Customers, third-party service providers, and other third parties, or information sharing entities. Right? These are all pieces of contact information that you want to have available to you when you can't access your normal system. And then finally, on the continuity plan. See, this is, I'm sorry, guys, I am struggling a little since I don't have my normal technology with me. I'm used to being able to see my position in the presentation. I can't. So I'm working through that. I hope you'll bear with me a little bit. On the business continuity plan, examiners should review the following: authorities, responsibilities, and relocation strategies. Okay, so authorities, responsibilities, who's in charge, the board, who's responsible, management. Communication protocols, event management, business continuity and disaster recovery, liquidity concerns, and alternatives for payment systems. That's a good one, right? What happens if your debit card processor is down? What happens if your primary correspondent bank isn't functioning? Could just be that you use a Fed. The Fed isn't working. You have a backup correspondent. And kind of go through this. You'll see a mention from auditors or examiners of making sure that your incident response plan ties to your business continuity plan. As though you wouldn't understand that you had to go from one to the other, right? Sometimes I laugh a little bit at this. But the fact that they put it in the handbook means that they do care about it, right? It means that they've seen this go wrong in the past. Because there is a lot of interplay. Let's use ransomware, for example. Ransomware affects the availability of information, right? But it also affects the confidentiality and integrity. So you are dealing with an incident and a business continuity event all at the same time. So there's going to be some interplay. Non exercises and tests. Got a whole module on this, but make sure that it fits the size and complexity of your organization, right? If you don't have in-house processing, if you're under 500 million, I'll bet you annual tabletop tests will be just fine. If you're over $1 billion, Mr. OCC, Miles, if you're doing processing in-house, you're probably going to have to do some functional testing. And the more complex the systems that you manage, the more testing they're going to require. So it's different, but make sure you're doing your testing. What types of tests are there? So if you're doing those scenarios, I like to always do one of business continuity and one of disaster recovery. I also like to do one of incident response, but this is more about business continuity. So if we're going to do tabletop tests, do something that affects availability of information, and then do another one that affects availability of infrastructure. You can tie them together, but you're kind of playing into their hand. It looks better if you do 2 tests. Different types of tests, right? I was talking a little bit earlier about limited scale and full scale exercises to our larger organizations. Tabletop testing exercises being generally acceptable to the smaller organizations. If I got that wrong, I apologize. But the objectives being validate your RPOs and your RTOs, right? Even in your tabletop tests. I understand that they're hypothetical scenarios that you're talking through. But if you feel like you're not going to be able to meet some of these, I just did a tabletop test with one of my smaller banks. No, 500, 600 million, not even that small. And when we got to talking about their backups, they couldn't convince themselves that they had it done right. That created a reputation. Work with your third-party service providers if you can. Make sure that you're doing tests for core and other significant firms that you rely on. Right? Make sure that they're doing testing. And on maintenance and improvement. Take a break shortly. Triggers that prompt maintenance and improvement to the business continuity plan may be changes in enterprise strategies, new or reconfigured products or services. Right? If you change products, we have to change the plan. Your impact analysis is going to change. Time frames may change. Lots of things may change. If there are deficiencies identified, if there are early warning indicators of an event coming that could disrupt you in a way that you haven't yet prepared for. Variances between budget and actual expenses, results of exercises and tests. And then on board reporting. The board should establish expectations for management to keep them informed, right? And examiners will review minutes and possibly even packets for the following: impact analysis, risk assessment, the plan itself, whether you're meeting, it feels like it meets the resilience expectations. What are your tests and results? Identified issues, strategy updates, audit results, all of those pieces of information. Now, for you larger orgs, you may have some of these responsibilities delegated to other committees that act on behalf. Okay, I get that. It's not inappropriate. It might just be necessary, right? But then that committee has a responsibility to at least keep the board generally informed. This, Phil, I know some of you that aren't FDIC banks might say, we don't have to do this. You do. It's just written in a different language. This talks about guidelines and expectations for service providers, right? And specifically making sure that as part of your vendor management, that you make sure that those critical vendors are including these concepts, right? Ensure that they have business continuity and incident response risks adequately addressed. And that if they don't, that they implement compensating controls. This should be contractually obligated. So what should you put in a policy? Guys, the policy is what drives the plan. Policy is the things that you have to do. Plan is what you want to do. Policy is what you're going to get audited to. These are the things that we will do. Here's an example of what a policy might look like. Right? This isn't the plan. This dictates who's responsible. This dictates what will happen. Impact analysis shall include the following. Risk assessment shall include the following. I promised you I'd skip over the pandemic stuff, and so I will. There are further resources that you can look into. I do encourage you to do so as far as the regulatory environment is concerned. But in summary, for module 1, I promise you the hardest. Comprehensive information security program is required for all institutions. So is this continuity plan. It's part of that. Right? If you go back to that diagram, it's one of the pillars of a whole. Emergency preparedness is an integral component of comprehensive information security program. Business continuity management encompasses impact analysis, risk assessment, continuity planning, disaster recovery planning, pandemic preparedness, and the testing of those programs. And it's so important that various regulatory agencies have provided extensive guidance. So beyond what I just gave you today from a regulatory standpoint, feel free to search for others. Thank you. Module 1 is complete. I'd say let's take 5 minutes, 5, 6, 7 minutes, take a break. Tell you what, be back here at 10:10. That's a little more time. Thank you. That gives me the ability to figure out how to get with this. No. Come on, computer. Okay. Improvise, adapt, overcome.
That's right.
So Next section, BIA. 35 slides. Risk assessment, 35. Skip testing. Now I have my position. How you doing?
Good, how about you?
Good. I made it through the first module. I figured out the hardships that were, inherent with the setup. And we're-
As dry as the first
Oh, I know.
section is, it's still good for sure. Especially, I'm newer to this area, so it's all great information.
Well,
Right. That's what makes it confusing to me.
did you ever do like research work? So I did a lot of PhD level classes. I don't have a PhD. There's some reasons for that, most of which are my own choices. Do I regret it? No, not necessarily. In all honesty, I think every college student should take those 800 level classes like in their 4th year of undergrad. Because they're not teaching you topics. They're teaching you how to think.
Right.
And if you're really cutting it down, if your undergrad is taking a question with 4 possible answers given to you, your master's is like taking an essay-based test, right? They give you a question, but you have to write the answers. And then when you get to the PhD, you have to develop the questions and the answers. Right? So they teach you how to think.
Yeah.
What's a problem that nobody's thought about? Ask the question, give an answer. So part of that is doing a literature, right? Because you have to ground your research in what came before. That's effectively the literature. It's dry, it's awful, but it's important.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
All right, I should probably use the restroom. And maybe get some coffee. Glad I called the pen.
Is it out? You want me to go tell them?
Well, I'll be fine. My heart doesn't beat me fast. Like my doctor would probably appreciate that. He goes, how do you have stress? You don't have a family. Well,
Right.
since we're being
Job.
when was the last time you spent the night in an airport?
Oh.
All right, we are at time. Is that something I've done before?
Yeah.
Yes, but I've never actually stayed in the airport. I've always gotten home.
Yeah.
In fact, ask me that story over lunch. I was in Virginia trying to go to South Dakota. I ended up in Syracuse.
What?
for 4 days. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for bearing with me through the first part. I was explaining to Tara, pronounce that right? Tara. Sorry, Tara. It's like doing a literature review. If you ever did any PhD level courses, it's dry, it's excruciating, but it is necessary. Because it's what everything is foundationed on. So the next two topics we're going to cover are the impact analysis and its associated risk assessment. And improvise, adapt, overcome. I wrote down slide positions. So now I don't need my computer. I'll just do that before we get in. So on impact analysis, this is module 2. We're going to define what it is. We're going to talk about identification of critical processes. We're going to talk about interdependency analysis, impact of disruptions, identify what variables can and should be used to determine priority of rankings, and discuss testing and updating options. There is a little guidance here, but that's okay. So the BIA, management should develop a BIA that identifies all business functions and prioritizes them based on criticality, right? So prioritizes based on criticality. We can talk about what that means, but examiners should review the following as part of the BIA process. Does it identify your critical business functions? Does it identify interdependencies across business units? Does it identify and analyze disruptive events? Are those recovery times reasonable? That communication of the BIA results go throughout the entity. That's one of the more common things. How is the BIA developed? Did the IT department sit in the building and say, this is what our BIA is? Or did you actually get that information from the different departments? And then the comprehensiveness of management's BIA review. I'm not going to lie, guys. Building BIAs is one of my favorite things to do with clients. It's also probably one of the more time consuming. Because if you're going to do it right, you can't do my first example where IT builds it by fiat. It is and shall be. You might be able to, but I don't suggest it, right? I've seen it written up a lot of times. It's also not the right way to do it. You got to involve the department heads and their subject matter experts. We speak on behalf of throughout the entity. So what's the purpose, right? Just as your risk assessment drives your information security program, your impact analysis drives your continuity plan. You know, to determine if backups and recovery timeframes are adequate. That pretty much sums it all up. Backup procedures sufficient, or your recovery procedures sufficient. So you're going to want to start by identifying functions, right? Functions, departments, whatever you want to call them. When I do this process, I start with an org chart. Sometimes when you talk to a client, they go, I know exactly what our business looks like. Here's the different functions that we do. Sometimes they don't. I say, cool. Give me an organizational chart. I'll help you build it out. Right? Because we're going to have to set meetings with these individuals. And we may as well not mix marketing with lending, trying to come up with two diametrically opposed pieces. So let's say, for example, that these might be your functions, right? So we'll set up meetings with these different groups. Impact analysis is used to investigate and assess the impact of incidents or events would have on business function, and give insights into what must be done to respond to those events, to allow management to identify and analyze gaps in crucial processes, right? So if you have an RTO that gets close to or exceeds your max allowable downtime, that's a problem. Do you have backups that are not sufficient in either time, loss of data, or recovery ability? Give an example of that. And it usually generally lists priorities and resources, right? So you're going to be judged on whether or not it has order of criticality, but then, you know, generally lists recovery priorities. Now, this is just, if I was collecting data, this is actually a snapshot of our tool. Now, I'm inputting in this, the business process name is wire transfers. We identify some impacts, but the timeframes really are what's important here. Right, so if I was diagramming this out on the board, somewhere here between RPO and RTO is the event. The RPO is a point before in time, how much data can you lose? Or how much can you reasonably recreate manually? Don't care how you think about it. They intersect at the same point. The RTO, honestly, I don't ask the department heads the RTO. I ask them the MAB. I need them to focus on a point before in time and a point later in time, right? Because the latter, max level downtime, is critical disruption. Admittedly, the RTO is where we want full process functionality restored. That should be before critical disruption, right? So if we're just shooting in the dark here, I ask for RPO and MAB. Now be very careful, do it that way. And you tell your regulator, we didn't ask them for the RTO, because they'll go, well, you should have done that. Guys, it's not that we don't give them the chance, right? Because later, we come back and say, this is what we can actually do. And then, is that, number one, less than the max allowable downtime? If it is, that's good. Ideally, it'll be like half of the max allowable downtime, right? So then we can look at and we can weed out, based on our actual recovery abilities, how many of these RTOs do we actually need to talk to the different department heads about? And that's just a straight up efficiency that I built into the process of developing these. So yes, communicate the RTOs. You have to do that. You have to give them the ability to provide input. I promise you, when you're doing these meetings, you ask them to think about that point before in time, that's already a stretch, right? How much data can we lose? And then you come forward and you say, well, now I need 2 points ahead in time. Boom. One, max level down. And then you're identifying dependencies, right? And we'll get in a little bit into that later, but when we build these, we have 3 different types of dependencies. You have system dependencies, right? So applications. You have vendor dependencies. The vendors are you're relying on. I call those kind of like reverse dependencies, right? This process requires these items. Then you have process dependencies. Those are forward dependencies. What process does this process rely on? Map it out. Stages of performing a BIA. Assess business processes, identify recovery criticality and timeframes, identify resource requirements, and identify recovery priority rankings. Seems pretty simple, doesn't it? Where are you getting this? Identify the processes, work with the department heads. If you got those functions, understand what the organization looks like. They're going to tell you the processes. They're going to tell you what they do in a day. Write those down. Here's your process. So what are the critical processes? Right? You want to visit with those employees that do it. Another great example of me talking ahead of my slides. They're going to give you the information. You know, so if these are the functions, right? These are the functions. This is what our org chart tells us that we have. Just an example. Perhaps these are our processes. Right? These are, so now we've got our focus. I always say a risk assessment has a focus. And that focus has to be a common thing. Right? Another criticism I've had of some BIAs is I get in there and they'll have business processes, and then they'll have systems, and then they'll have people. It's like you can't focus on 3 different types of things. Call it an assessment. So the focus here is on the business process. Perhaps these are your business processes. And it's going to be larger than this, right? I've seen, I'm just going to go out on a limb and say, most of us here are in the $300 to $700 million range. your business impact analysis, it's not a given, is gonna probably have, let's say, 40 to 70 processes. The larger ones, maybe a little more, maybe 70 to 90. I really don't often see them much more than that. And it's also gonna depend on how complicated your organization is, right? How many lines of business do you have? Do you get anything unique, like leasing? Medical device leasing is the most unique one I've seen. So what are those impacts? I talked a little bit about the impacts. I said that they exist. I haven't talked about them. Now, when I describe these, when we do it, we talk about customer impact. Think reputation risk. Regulatory impact. What are the expectations of your regulators? Required resources. How impactful is it going to be to your organization if you exceed this RPO or this MAD? Financial impact. How impactful to the organization is it going to be financially if you exceed this RPO or this MAD? And that gives you an idea of why I do those two values, right? I start with the values. What's your RPO? What's your MAD? By the way, if you exceed this, either of those values, what's the risk to your customers? What's the risk to your finances? What's the risk, the legal or regulatory risk that you might be under? And how hard is it going to be to keep doing manual operating procedures? Tell me, give me a number. You're gonna, as a consultant, I always make sure that somebody from the organization in management sits in with me so that they can moderate, right? Avoid a turf war. I'm certain I have up here somewhere in the slide about how when you're having meetings with departments, most of those employees are fairly certain that they're the most important department in the organization. I'm gonna pick on marketing, not because I don't think marketing is important. I just don't think marketing is important when we're dealing with business continuity, unless one of their roles is external communications. That role is very important. But the rest of it, not so much, right? Because we're talking about keeping the customers we have, not so much worried about getting new ones for that period of time. So it's good to have somebody else sit in and moderate. So on determining those impacts, right? Customer, financial, legal, regulatory, resource, create a metric, high, medium, and low. In fact, our model has five ranges, but pick a range, right? Assign a value. These impacts will weigh in on your prioritization, right? Because you're gonna have a lot of processes that have similar RPOs and RTOs, right? You just are. So which one's more important? Well, add some metrics. It's based on a measure. Because if you can't measure it, you can't manage it. So what do these time frames mean? This is straight out of the handbook, by the way, this graph. If I was drawing it out, where this event exclamation point is where I put the sad face. And then I'd say as a point backwards in time, their last viable restore point. What's our RPO? What do you require, right? Because we have to match the last viable restore point with what they say is acceptable data loss. Here's that point forward in time, right? I know I can't see the bottom part here. That's okay. But I asked for the MAD, right? Because I want to keep it as simple as possible while still capturing the right information. Critical disruption point is a maximum allowable downtime, right? And you can see here where it says possibly excessive. That's true, right? Because the RTO is where we want functionality restored. That should be before the RTO. By the way, just given the graph, probably half, ideally half, right? Because hey, if you can get full process functionality before the max allowable downtime, That's a good thing. Ah, look, talked ahead of my slides. So each of those timeframes, each process needs all three of those timeframes. Without it, you don't get what you're looking for. Now, SBS calls it a maximum allowable downtime. We always have. If you read the regulation, it says maximum tolerable downtime. It does give a little blurb about how you may see it referred to as a maximum allowable downtime. I think that's because their old regulation referred to it as maximum allowable downtime, but then they started following NIST, which calls it a maximum tolerable downtime. So those words are fairly interchangeable. And I do like calling it maximum allowable downtime because, hey, if we've exceeded the critical point of disruption, we are mad. Yeah, that's my second bad joke. In fact. Now, on the RTO should coincide with hardware, software, or hardware systems and data recovery, right? What's our ability to get these things or get these dependencies functioning? For example, business function of lending requires the asset of the core banking system. The RTO for the core banking system should not be greater than the RTO for the lending process. Right? So if the lending process has an RTO of 8 hours and your outsourced core has a RTO of 24 hours, that's one of those examples where you're either going to have to spend more money or lower your own expectations. Right? Figure out how to extend those manual operating procedures. That'll be the decision. Spend more money, lower expectations. Sometimes you can spend more money and get out of it. You can, but it's not always that viable. For dependencies, kind of covered that already. A process will rely on IT systems and vendors, right? But they'll also rely on other business processes. So make sure you map your dependencies. If, similar to this, you have another dependency that has a longer RTO, guys, that matters. And that's what you have to identify. So your IT assets, right? Make sure that you map those to the business process. And I'll show you some recording here in a couple slides, I imagine, that's going to really describe that, right? I was working, here's an example, with a larger OCC regulated organization that had a business impact analysis that had all of the good data, but the examiner wanted to see what each of these applications had for values, RPOs, RTOs, evidence, right? The dependency level variables. Okay.
It was just a chance.
Oh. And I can still move my, yeah, good word. And you could get that data, right? I mean, you have the RPOs, the RTOs, and the MABs for each of the processes. Those processes are mapped, or the dependencies are mapped with those processes. Through process of elimination, you can figure this out. There were other reasons that this organization ran into some issues. And we'll probably talk about those in a different module. But relevant here is that part. Being able to address the RTOs of each of your assets, right? So information on one asset may sway the priority of the business process. It's true. The time to recover an asset can assist in determining the RTO for a process. Also true. Just make sure that you stay consistent. In all of these identification processes, consistency is key. So what assets do you depend on? In our earlier example, right, on lending, you may also need other assets, right? I just had the core as that one example. But there's a lot more data to crunch there. Probably have some form of lending software. I'm assuming you need workstation, an internet connection, maybe you need a printer. Right? These are your dependencies of the process. Now, truly, when I help build them, and I speak to the department heads, and they're subject matter experts, I usually start with the premise of, we understand that you need internet, we understand that you need a workstation, we understand that you need email. It's like the air we breathe, right? We can't operate without them. So I usually limit our discussion to these unique critical systems, and we just map the other stuff. Right? So that can save you time now. But here's that example I was giving you. Right? So when we're mapping all of these pieces together, now we're gathering, here's our processes, right? And the BIA is a process risk assessment. So this doesn't look like in this report, like it's process centric, but it is, right? Here's our dependent processes, which means these are our processes with their RPOs, RTOs, and MADs. Those values are assigned to the process. But for each of these processes, the workstation is a dependency. And what you see here is essentially the lowest common denominator of each one of these processes, which means your workstations have to be able to operate under a 24-hour RPO, 24-hour RTO, and a 36-hour MAD. Can they do it? Right? So more data available. This is the way that you'll get judged. As for third parties, what third parties or vendors do you rely on or need support from to keep a process functional? If the service provider is online and is not available, what backups or contingencies are in place? Can you go to a manual operating procedure? If so, for how long? For examples, wires need to have a correspondent bank. Website isn't available. Do you have a backup correspondent bank? Alternative solutions do actually include calling them in over the phone. I've seen it happen. You can do that. That's just one example, right? Other business processes. Other processes are a dependency. What processes are prerequisites and must be functioning before this process can be considered operational? For example, lending might need the back office, customer service, and parts of information technology. Therefore, these all need to have shorter RPLs and RTOs. So there's a lot of data that goes into this. It's all really good data. See, this is the part that I get all passionate about. So when you do your gathering of information, make sure that you involve those departments. I like to keep it concise as possible. I don't usually go out to the end users. I have, and I will, if I think I'm not getting useful data from the department heads and whoever their subject matter expert, plural, is that they bring in. Right? If I feel like they seem a little out of touch, then I'll go talk to some end users. But if I feel like they're giving me good information, okay, then I'm assuming that they're leading up and down the chain of command the right way. But get that information, right? If you're doing this yourself, feel free to get out and talk to the end users, right? Hear from the users, not just the managers. So on prioritizing processes, here's that slide I talked about. Everyone has a preconceived notion that their process is the most important. Most of them will tell you that. Sometimes there's humility. Oh, no. The organization can last for days without us. At least they're honest. But that's why having that moderator split, especially if your role is fairly limited to IT, right? If you get a leader from another department that feels and acts like they can manipulate the way that they want their prioritization to be. That's what you're trying to do. So on prioritizing processes, what can increase their priority? Well, higher impacts in a category, right? Those financial, customer, resource, regulatory, that can increase your priority. I think realistically, your RPOs, your RTOs, your MADs, that's what's going to impact it the most. In fact, in our model, the closer the time frame between the RPO and the MAD, greater the risk, right? A lot less tolerance the closer those numbers get together. But, you know, we care too about the impacts of exceeding those values. We care too about the number of resources that they're relying, right, on the number of dependencies. How about importance of the asset or importance of the vendor, right? You can funnel some information in from your IT risk assessment or from your vendor risk assessment to give you useful data. So prioritizing processes. This is our actual function. You have the impacts plus the timeframes plus the dependencies equals your business process score. And that's going to give you your priority. So you can see here, you've got, let's take the fourth one down, for example, wire transfers. 72-hour max allowable downtime is number 4 to internet banking that has 48 hours. Well, guys, here's why. The impacts are higher by number and the total number of dependencies are higher. I also wouldn't get too hung up on it. It's important to have prioritization. It's important to have criticality. But what matters the most? If you deleted this last piece, this prioritization piece, BIA still generally functions the way that it needs to, right? Because you already have the data. You know what your dependencies are. You know what your timeframes are. As long as you can meet them, that's the most important part. Know that the regulation talks about prioritization, but in my data-centric mind, that's the prioritization that matters the most. Can you meet the timeframes? Here's some examples of where we might not be able to. We've got a process that has an RPO of 24 hours, an RTO of 24 hours, and max level downtime of 24 hours. I would desire weekly full backups with daily differentials, right? Because this requires a restoration of 2 backups to be back in full swing. But I may not have the resources, right? An RPO of 24 hours, I must have done at least 1 backup in the last 24 hours, right? What if you did a monthly full backup with daily incrementals? Might not hit 24 hours, guys. Not in your RTO. Be fine in your RPO. But depending on the day, you might actually have to restore 30 backups. That's something to consider. Example 2, BIA tells me that my RPO is 7 days, my RTO is 48 hours, and the max level downtime is 7 days. Less resource intensive than example 1 for sure. However, monthly full backups plus weekly differentials would fit BIA requirements, right? Our timeframes are less. We could also basically do weekly full backups or RTOs lengthy enough to allow for reproduction time. It's okay. As for disruptions, identify various disruption scenarios, physical location, products offered, consider all locations and branches, right? Threats will be different at different institutions. And as for testing, right, the RTOs should be taken into consideration during testing, especially if you're doing functional testing. You gotta meet your RTOs. If you do functional testing and you don't generate a report that tells me whether you met your RTOs, you didn't do the testing. At least you didn't fulfill the end result of the spirit of it. And guys, it's okay to make changes. It's okay to go back to the department heads and tell them, can't do what you asked for. Here are your options. If you want to get where you want to go, it's going to cost this much. Are you willing to spend that out of your budget? Or would you like to lower your expectations? As for a review of the BIA, it should be reviewed at least annually. should be updated for any process changes. Have you changed processes? Or have you changed dependencies? I got a client that just went through a massive core conversion. They took everything that they had in one jackhammer. There's probably 15 or 16 jackhammer relationships. Guess what? The BIA data may not change. The processes are still the same. But all of those dependencies are new, which means we got to validate it through vendor management, through their testing. Do the values that we, the organization, have set meet what they're able to provide? So in summary, BIA is an investigation of impact that various incidents have on the institution, adds insight into what the institution must do to respond, minimize damage, recover and return to normal business operations, ensure that your MTDs or MADs, RTOs and RPOs have been identified for each process, and places priorities on each of those processes. If you do that, you will have successfully developed the BIA. Now, I'm going to go to the other presentation, go to module 3, which is the risk assessment, because these are very interrelated. All right, so these two really go hand in hand, right? The BIA being the top part of it, where we talk about the timeframes, the impacts, and the dependencies, right? Process identification, timeframes, impacts, dependencies. That's the BIA one. However, if you remember back to module 1, we talked a lot about threats and impacts and probabilities of those threats and whether or not they're going to disrupt services mapped to each of these processes, right? So we still have more to do. You're going to get 80% of the way there by doing the first part of this, but you still have to, if you want to fulfill all of the requirements, do a little more work, right? So we want to assess those threats for impact and probability. We want to identify controls that mitigate those threats and analyze the results. And by the way, it's going to be very similar to any other risk assessment you do, except much more limited in scope, right? Our threats are just business continuity threats. Our controls are just business continuity controls. It's gonna take a lot less time. Yeah, so continuation of the BIA. So threats. Your geographic location plays a part. If you live by a volcano, you probably want to have volcano as a threat. Now, only my account in Hawaii has that as a threat, as well they should. Nobody else does. Make sure that's not in there. In fact, somebody had a finding on that once. Why do you have a threat that doesn't fit you? In any event, right? Washington, D.C. versus Sioux Falls versus Honolulu. Well, Honolulu, not necessarily, but tsunami, Honolulu might be affected by a tsunami. Sioux Falls is going to be affected by tornadoes. I don't know that D.C. is going to get them, but they might get a snowstorm. So the threats change. Are you located next to train tracks? I had a train derailment that disrupted services for one of my organizations once. That's got to be identified somewhere. Are you right next to an airport? I worked for a data center that was a little too close to Denver International Airport for some people's happiness. I get it. It's a solid concern. Granted, planes don't fall out of the air every day, but if it did, it could have a high impact. So when we talk about the process, right, BIA risk assessment gives us risk management so that we can do monitoring and testing. There is guidance. This is why we're back in there, right? Why more risk assessment? Examiners should review the risk assessment and determine whether it addresses the impact and likelihood of disruptive events. right? These events may be natural events such as floods, fires, severe weather. May be technical events such as communication failure, power failure, malicious activities, fraud, theft, blackmail. International events, Russia, Ukraine. Low likelihood, high impact events. There's pandemic, that's straight from the guidance. Low impact, low probability, high impact events. But guys, they give you, there's your list of threats. You don't have to be terribly inventive. They told you what they are. So if you don't have a tool, look at the guidance. It's all right there. Management should evaluate the potential risks for geographic areas or geopolitical risk or cybersecurity risk. Russia, Ukraine again. Coordinate with external resources to obtain information. So what does your information sharing look like? This kind of came into being around the time CAT came up. Right? Are you a member of FSI SAC or similar? How do you get information on threat intelligence? Some of you actually may have systems that work to technically collect threat intelligence information. It's a higher level concept. I understand it if you guys don't have it. Miles might have it. There may be some other entities in here that do. But they're starting with baby steps, right? So baby steps being join FSI, SAC, or similar so that you can get good information. Still got it. Already went through that. So for examination procedures, the risk assessments should contain, again, guys are giving it to you, natural, flood, earthquake, hurricane, tornado, other weather events, technological, malware, cyber attack, hardware, software, adversarial, human caused, strike, true, pandemic, malicious insider, terrorism, vandalism, looting, riots, protests, fire, power outage, loss of access. They're giving you your threats. Determine whether you've identified those threats and whether you're addressing them. Ascertain, I love that word, whether management identifies interconnectivity points between the entities and its third-party service providers, as well as interconnectivity between other entities and their third-party service providers. So enter the supply chain. Or another way to put that is fourth-party management. They maybe aren't enforcing it, but they're starting to seed the idea that it's coming. Sometimes your own vendor management documentation will give you an idea. Right, I've read more SOC reports than I care to. They usually outline who the subservice contractors that they rely on are, and then say, we're not reviewing that. If you want that information, go somewhere else. They'll at least tell you who they rely on. So that's identifying the supply chain. Examples of threats, I already kind of gave those to you, but if you're building this by yourself, feel free to use slide 15, module 3 to develop your threat database. So identify those, in our model, it would look like this. You've got those various threats with an impact and a probability. Those impacts and probabilities have a threat score. So in our model, it's always impact times probability, and we've got a threat score. That's going to come up to a total threat score for that process, right? In this case, it's back office. Back office has these threats with these impacts and probabilities, and these threat scores will accumulate to give you a total threat score. Now on threats, how likely is a threat to occur? So create a scale that represents like we do 1 to 5. In this case, likelihood, so probability, define a time frame. We use 12 months. Highly unlikely to highly likely that the threat may occur in the next 12 months. Those are your impacts, 1 to 5. probability on impact, right? Create a scale. Example, little to no impact on the institution to devastating impact on the institution if these threats are realized. So impact times probability gives you a threat score. And then you have to identify your controls. I believe that my next few slides are going to talk about your controls. Right, so you've identified your threat score and by extension, your total threat score for the process. Now, what are your controls? What controls do you have in place that reduces the risk of this threat? Those threats or those controls can be various policies, right? I know that sounds strange if we think purely IT, but that's true. You can have administrative controls. You can have insurance. That's technically risk transference if we're talking real heavy risk management here. But secondary locations, contingency agreements, these are all controls, right? So go through and identify. Is this control implemented or not? How much risk does it reduce? Right? And that risk reduction can come from how many threats it works against and at what impact it would have, right? So identification of weights for controls. So threats, right? Define in policy when detailed procedures need to be created based on a combination of likelihood and impact of the threat. Create the needed procedures to identify or to mitigate those threats in your business continuity plan. There's going to be a part in here that we're going to go over. But if I wish that I was doing a little more overview with some of you guys about the processes that we do, because that would make this make a little more sense to you. This is a slide that we use when we talk about production of a risk assessment, right? So inventory, you got to start by figuring out what you have. Develop priorities, identify threats, determine inherent risk, determine controls, determine residual risk, because once you implement controls, you get a residual risk value. Now we're here, right? And additional actions. We have to measure our residual risk against our goal. We may identify more controls because we might not be meeting our goals, right? If we're not meeting our goals, we got to do more things. What are those additional controls that we can put in place? Part of doing a risk assessment is to demonstrate compliance. It is. A lot of the regulation talks about risk assessment. That's why we do them. It's not just to help us make good decisions, it's also to satisfy regulators. It also is an assistance of documenting your plans, right? In this case, your business continuity plan. Now, this is the part that we're going to skip because testing is an entire module that we're going to do later. So, how do you define a risk appetite? Now we're back on risk assessment. I'm on slide 29 for those following along. First, you have to identify what type of organization you are, right? I think of the law of diffusion of innovation as a good starting point. Life looks like a parabola. 80% of our organizations are going to be, packed, some behind the curve, some ahead of the curve. So are you pack banks? Are you leading edge? Are you bleeding edge? Are you right out there on the curve where you're riding the wave of maybe you're into cryptocurrency now? Are you actively taking on new fintech organizations because that's what you want to get your customers into? Cool, you're bleeding edge. Guess what? You're probably going to be accepting more risk. That's all about identifying your risk appetite, right? So that goes into what's your recovery strategy? What's your risk appetite? Risk mitigation strategy meets risk appetite, right? When we talk about risk reduction goals or risk mitigation goals, that's a goal. An appetite is downward force, goal is upward force. Well, guess what? Right there in the middle, it meets. So if these are your business processes, you have an inherent risk score, right? That inherent risk score is based on, well, those values, your customer, financial impact, or financial, regulatory, and resource, times your threats, right? So that's your inherent risk score. It's a number, but you need a number, because without a number, you can't measure. You can't measure, you can't manage. Residual risk is based on what controls you have in place. And by a percentage, we've mitigated X percent of risk. We've identified a goal of percentage of risk. Usually, that percentage varies depending on the importance. The importance is identified by the protection profile, right? It's an initial assessment of being, initial assessment of importance. So as an example, in this case, these top 3 processes are not meeting our risk reduction goals. That doesn't mean that we're not meeting our RPOs and our RTOs and our MADs. It means that the controls that we have in place that we'll identify in our plan might not cut the mustard. Almost said mustard. Third lane joke. To satisfy our documented risk appetite. Right, so I understand that there's a lot of moving parts here, but it does start to make sense when you see it all in action. The top part of your BIA gives you those values, right? These values. Those are the most important values. But that doesn't take away from the fact that you've done a threat assessment, you've identified the controls that you have in place, and then it'll tell you if you're meeting your risk appetites. Those appetites should be board approved and ratified, right? Because that gives you the ability to say, we're not meeting it, we need to adjust it, or we need more resources. Because remember, back to the regulation, it's their responsibility to provide adequate resources based on the appetite that they identified, ratified, and approved. So they play together. Right? So I know the risks, now what? Are threats mitigated to an acceptable level? Based on this, are they? Well, generally, not entirely. Are we still concerned with a specific threat? Good question. Because if we know exactly what threat we're low on, spend our time and energy there. What additional controls can we put in place to further reduce risk? Right? Your risk assessment should always give you additional answers. What more can we do? If I had $1 more to spend, where would I spend it? And on what? So in summary, what threats are there to your institution? What controls are in place to mitigate those threats? Have you created documentation around your controls? That's where the plan development comes in, right? Have procedures been created to align with those mitigating controls? And how do your goals align with the outcome, right? Are your risk appetites being met? If not, what do we need to do about it? Whew. All right, guys, go ahead and take, let's say, 7 minutes, 10 minutes. 11:30.
Yeah, isn't it less than? 11:45, did she? Okay, that's what I heard. Maybe.
No, that's all right. Well, let's do 11:10. I know that'll make the next session a little shorter, and it's okay if we don't make it all the way through a module. So take 10 minutes. I can feel my voice drying out. That's all right. perfect. Yeah. We'll just probably do that and then slide into lunch. We'll do module 4 and slide into lunch. Yeah, we're good. 39. Are you guys doing exhausted yet?
Exhausted?
Yeah,
No,
okay.
it's hard to sit. I will say that. I
Feel
was a
free,
little
honestly,
too.
feel free to get up and walk around. You're not gonna, I'm doing it. My God, if I was sitting, it'd be horrible.
It is, yeah.
In fact, like when I'm on top.
Did she say what lunch was? No, she didn't.
No, I didn't hear either. My assumption would be. Knock on wood. I haven't had any strange, like requests come in while I'm offline. It seems like being in a presentation is similar to a full moon. Everything comes out of the woodwork. Okay.
Send it to staff.
Yeah. It's great reference material.
I'm the one that said 11. I guess you got 5 more minutes.
So a question for you
Sure.
on the vendor information. If we ask them, can we ask them to see their risk assessment?
You can,
Doesn't necessarily mean,
doesn't necessarily mean they'll give all of that to you.
so should we get it in writing what they have in place?
They usually will give you that.
Okay.
So take this and put it aside, right? Business or vendor management.
Mhm.
One of my favorite tests of a vendor is just to ask them for their due diligence packet. and see what they do. Now,
And we might already do that. I'm not sure because Kevin Forty is the one that takes care of that in our.
and so, what you're gonna review is gonna be slightly dependent on, number one, what you're expected to do, and two, what they'll give you. So like, when I do vendor management on foreign companies, for example, most of what examiners are looking for, review the SOC, right? So SOC 1 or SOC 2. Well, foreign entities don't usually have those because that's an ASCPA, right? Yes, American Institute of Certified Public Accountants. So Europe isn't doing the American thing. Doing international standards like ISO, which is fine, it's just different, right? So,
You have to work with what they give you.
well, yes, but the outcome might be that they don't provide good information, right? So you don't have necessarily a lot of leverage on what they give you, but over time, that may change. Because vendors that work with banks usually understand that they're working with banks, and this is the expectations that banks have. So they'll have a packet, which is why I like to ask for the packet. Because whoever you're asking, you should go, I know exactly what I need to get for it. I'll get it. And then you can take a look at what they give you, and you'll have your own set of criteria of things that you review. If it all matches up, cool, and you review it. If the review looks good, good vendor, right? You've got your set of criteria that you want to look at. Got your documentation that you want to get. They give it to you, it's half complete. Well, you can ask more questions and maybe you'll get better answers. But that alone is an answer to the question about the comments.
Right.
So you can either give them your list of things that you want to see. And maybe you'll give that to them. But you also might get more information if you just ask for the due diligence packet.
Okay.
Now, like for us, we're probably not going to give you our risk assessment, but we'll give you statements of its applicability. And what's been done and how it operates. That's what you'll get most of the time, and then like results of an audit, because the audit's really going to dive into that. Like, who's your core vendor? They're going to have a litany of SOC reports for each of their products. Probably in their data centers, right? So a lot of different stuff to look at. But in those, they're going to look at the operational effectiveness of controls, especially in SOC 2 reports, right? Because those are the security trust criteria. That'll have to look at their risk management capabilities, and then they'll read out. So they might not give you the risk assessment, but you should be able to infer its existence and efficacy based on the documentation. Whew, that took us right up to 11.
Sorry about that.
No, I
Getting a
like it.
break.
That's good. That's good. I like answering questions. I'm not just here to talk. All right, guys. Module 4 will take us to lunchtime. Module 4 is on plan management. You might wonder to yourself, are we sharing? We good?
Yeah,
All-
I just
all screen.
periodically look up about the sheet.
Nope, I understand. I got you. Module 4 is on plan management. And you might be wondering to yourself, how is it that the only time, we're essentially limiting ourselves to about 35 to 50 minutes on the topic of plan management? Well, it's largely because for something like this, without talking about your individual requirements, we have to talk in pretty broad stroke generalities. Right? Because the plans that you identify and develop, and maintain, are going to be so unique to you that we're really just going to discuss what some of the basic requirements are and what it may look like. Right? I have a really hard time templating a business continuity plan because it's highly customizable. So, business continuity, right? It may be business continuity plus disaster recovery plus pandemic preparedness equals business continuity. I would actually encourage you to kind of think of it that way. You may have all of those other plans separate, but let's just say that this all works together. Right? Disaster recovery provides for the safety and physical infrastructure, right? Following a human-made or natural-based disaster, right? So loss of infrastructure. Business continuity. Ensuring an organization's critical functions will either continue to operate despite the incident, or that you'll be able to recover within a reasonable amount of time, right? Think back to that business impact analysis. So what are the different pieces? Well, you have to define a team. Do you have a business continuity team? Have you identified responsibilities of those team members? Right? Because it's not just going to be everybody. Everybody doesn't have responsibilities. You have to identify management succession. I would actually take that a step farther for you larger organizations and identify IT succession. Who calls the shots in IT if person A or vendor A is not available to make a decision? You're going to want to identify function continuity, right? Job function continuity. This is part of the business impact analysis. You're going to want to define testing procedures. We're going to want to identify backup testing, backup strategies that fit the requirements of the BIA. So what are those, and for your business continuity team, right? What are their responsibilities? Create that documentation. Make sure that that's ratified, right? You got your business continuity team, you got your responsibilities. Make sure that that's in the plan. And this plan should go to the board. Right, here's your business continuity team. Who has the authority to initiate the plan? Who communicates with the media? Or external communications in general? Who has the authority to do that? You know, one of the problems that you might run into, and this is a training thing, right? Let's say that you have a core outage. You can't do certain things. Your frontline staff might be saying something like, well, you know, it was only like the 15th time this has happened in the last 6 months. That's not necessarily good either, right? So who has the authority to communicate? You're going to want to identify management succession. Not at all unlike presidential succession. Pretty sure that's vice president, Speaker of the House. And it gets a little murky for me. Might be Secretary of Defense. In any event, for most banks, what is it? CEO, president if you have one, probably COO or CFO, right? But who gets to call the shots if there's unavailability? Usually that person will then also be who communicates with employees and externally. I would identify 5 to 10. 10 might be a bit excessive. I think 5 is good. Right? Less than 5, maybe a little shy. Identify your situation. Right? So when we build out a very templated plan, you've got your main body. Your main body is going to have all of these responsibility pieces. team identification. And then it's gonna break it out a little bit, right? Almost like a decision tree. If the continuity event looks like this, go here, right? Does it jeopardize the health or safety of personnel? Okay, go to 4.2.1. Does it jeopardize the integrity of the facility? Okay, go to 4.2.2. Does it, does the facility have the integrity to continue supporting business functions? Yes, please see 4.3, roles and responsibilities. So break it out, right? That's the main body of this plan. And what does that contain? Now, here's a great example of why I say it's going to be very dependent on your situation, right? Because this is some pretty basic text. But personnel safety. What does it say? Provide for the immediate assistance of injured and threatened people. Good call. But there might be some other pieces to this. And here's where we get into our appendices, right? So we've probably got fire or bomb threat procedures, AKA evacuating the building. Or is buildings plural? The business continuity plan should have evacuation procedures for every building. Or alternatively, a tornado or a strong storm. We're keeping our people in. Where do those people go? And for every facility. Facility safety. This is maybe more training than anything else, but if it's not a conflagration, can we put the fire out ourselves? Do employees know where fire extinguishers are? For example, I don't see any in this room, but that's not a problem necessarily. Are there some here? Do the employees that work here know where they are? Jill says yes. See, business continuity managed. For facility safety, right? So kind of back to, we're talking evacuation. There's going to be a blurb in there. If time allows, secure the facility. Yeah, makes sense, right? You want to make sure your papers are in a desk. You want to make sure your cash isn't laying out. But guess what? If push comes to shove, it's people over assets. I worked for a data center once that when I came in had taken out their essentially air reduction system. So the data center, if a fire broke out, would seal up and suck all the air out. Can't have an air without, or can't have a fire without air. What else you can't do without air? Breathe. So the organization's lawyers said, listen, I appreciate that you don't want to lose your data center, but it's much easier to insure for a total loss of a building than a loss of an employee. Let it be. Take that system out, put water. You might lose the servers, but a person that's in there swapping out a hard drive isn't going to die. Little side story. Identify alternative sites. And guys are going to want to do this for every facility. Sometimes you can use a site you already have. Sometimes you might have to set up a triage site. And guys, in some cases, you might just close that site, right? Maybe the answer is, we don't have an alternate site for this facility. We're not going to bring in a trailer. They can go to a different site. That's, or they're just not going to come into work. Customers can go somewhere else. The employees are going to stay at home. How you deal with the HR side is going to be another issue, but identify an alternate site for each of your facilities. There's going to be additional information, right? I talked about a little bit about those dependencies, but make sure you have employee contact information. Make sure you have emergency contact information. Make sure you have third-party contact information. Make sure you have a site supply list for each of your alternative sites. I'm not just talking data centers, right? What documents would you need to do this process manually? Make sure that exists as alternative sites. evacuation plans, severe weather procedures, bomb threats, kidnapping and hostage. I know it sounds like, you might say to yourself, why do I have that? Actually, I've seen it before. Strange, but I have once in 11 years. Probably not a bad idea to have that identified. Probably not a bad idea to talk with general counsel about how you want to deal with that, because I don't want to be the guy to tell you. But probably want to have that as part of your business continuity plan. Have something for power loss. Have something for first aid. List out your insurance coverage, because guess what? There's a good chance you're going to use it. Manual operating procedures. These are much more important if you're a larger organization here. I don't think there's a lot of real small words in this seminar right now. If you don't have them, I suggest creating. I don't think you need to do it for every process. I would do it for critical customer facing processes. What's critical? That's up to you, right? And be consistent on, right? Does critical mean that your max allowed downtime is 24 hours or less? Cool. Is it customer facing? Yes, less than 24 hours. Have a manual operating procedure. Because those customers that come in, want to get service, you have good manual operating procedures, and your core's down for the 6th time in 5 months, well then, it's just going to get handled, right? Maybe that person will never know. So good manual operating procedures. Of all of these things listed in here, outside of business impact analysis, that's probably going to be the most time-intensive piece. So for employee contact info, make sure it's easy to access, easy to understand, and easy to execute. And doesn't bother me what your call tree method is. Doesn't matter to me what your contact measures are, contact controls are. What matters is its efficacy. If we were to test it, and we start with the person that has responsibility for communicating to all employees, typically the CEO, how long does it take for that telephone message to get all the way to the bottom? And do they get the same message? Right, so make sure you have that contact info, and it's easily structured for use, and that it's useful. Have emergency contact information. Who are the external resources that you're going to rely on in these events? It's probably not in the same system if you're using a call tree system. It should be readily accessible. Here's an example of what it might look like. Right, what are your utilities? What are your first responders? What are your insurance organizations? Who's your primary regulatory agency? I know the new requirement to identify or to notify primary regulators within, I think it's 36 hours of an incident. That's an incident, not necessarily this, but it could be. Have a third-party contact list. We were talking a little bit earlier about what documents to ask for vendor management, right? Well, you can start by calling your rep. It's usually going to be a salesperson, right? That's not a technical operator. But they should be able to get you to a technical operator within a reasonable amount of time. So identify that, right? This vendor is critical to me. If I called them and I needed their help, now, can I get it? Do I need to get an alternate phone number? Just talk to your rep, they'll tell you, hey, in the event that I need something like this, do I come to you or is there another number I should call? They'll tell you, they should. I get up on my soapbox for a couple minutes, seconds. Vendor management, right? It's an important task. I really don't very often identify bad vendors. I identify some practices and vendors that I'd like to see them improve. But a bad vendor, they're harder to find than you might think. So if you're working with them and that relationship is anything above important, there's a good chance they're gonna work with you to figure these things out. But sometimes it's just about asking the right questions. Have an alternate site supply list. Okay, what does that include? It's all the way down to pens and pencils, right? You have pens and pencils. I was just looking for one earlier, and guess what? I found one. It was on the table. You got good supply lists here. Forms, paper, etc. Could be cash. So list it out. Is it there? Can you check it off? What does it require? What do you require, right? It might not be one box of 1,500 count of number of two-part notice. Might be something else. Have it listed. For your evacuation plan, right? Have the fastest routes listed out of the building for each employee in each place. Identify a meeting location, right? Real quick, Jill, where's the meeting location if you have to evacuate the building?
We go to the far end of that.
See? Nailed it. That should be part of the business continuity plan. And ensure that employees understand where they go. Oh, and by the way, not to leave customers in the building. But that's a good thing to think about, right? I mean, most banks and branches are designed to funnel customers to a common area. Right, but what if they are off over here at a meeting or a bathroom? Right, so if something happens and you're the one meeting with this individual, probably your responsibility to make sure they get out. That's a training thing, but make sure it's part of the plan. So this is what that might look like. Right, there's an example of a fire and evacuation plan. Secure the following sensitive items in the vault if you can. Right, because again, back to people over info. We want to secure these items, we do. But just like the data center, you'd rather lose the data than we would the person. So keep customers and employees calm, contact authorities if necessary, secure the following sensitive items if you can, right? If you can. Severe weather procedures. They're going to be a little different, right? Instead of evacuating the building, you're going to want to stay in the building. So again, secure the premise if you can. Right? If a tornado hits and a fresh loan document goes out the window, well, got to file an incident report. But better that than filing a different report. Bomb threat procedures. Believe it or not, you know, some of these things that we have are like a sign. Here's another joke I'll tell. I want to be the reason a sign gets created someday. Don't follow into work area, not a pilot car. They didn't just decide to make that, right? They made that because it actually happened. So, bomb threat procedures. They just come up with that. It was advised that we make it, or somebody had it happen. So, if you get a phone call, what should your procedures look like, right? I'm going to take this with a little grain of salt. There's probably better resources for this than me. Perhaps working with your first responders to better understand the requirements, but you know, prolonging the phone conversation, ask questions, document the responses. Notify the bank president meeting. Yes, along with authorities. But here's an example of what those procedures might look like. Kidnapping and hostage procedures. required by BSA. BSA, anyone here, you guys are involved in BSA at all? I'm not. Sometimes a little bit. I appreciate what it is. I think it's old, right? Like 1970. It's probably been modified a handful of times. Yeah. But Bank Secrecy Act, anti-money laundering, right? Yeah. So you actually do have to have kidnapping and hostage procedures. Now, what are you gonna? It's 3 times now, guys. Lost my train of thought. It's not required that it be part of the business continuity plan, right? It's a BSA thing. BSA doesn't really talk a lot about IT and business continuity in the way that I do. But not a bad place to put it. We did not. Oh. So I'm going to go out on a limb and assume that most of this came from that guidance, right? Because bomb threats and me, not necessarily my area of expertise. If you want more information, feel free to ask it. I'll make sure that you get my contact information. I have people I can talk to. But once we get BSA, I start losing my area of expertise. But nevertheless, there are some examples for you to reference within the slides that you have. I'll give it a checklist. Back more to my area of expertise, power loss, right? What does the loss of power do to disrupt the services of the organization and at various locations? Do systems need to be properly shut down if the power goes out? Do you have the ability to do that? You have UPSs that do that. You have a generator that makes the UPSs largely irrelevant, other than to keep them running until the generator kicks in. But have procedures for this, right? Call the power company, establish that line of communication. How long should I expect it to be down? They will tell you. Sometimes they'll be more specific or less specific, but at least you have an idea. First aid procedures. Not an EMT. I'm not. But these are good things to have listed in your business continuity plan. Where do we keep our first aid kits? Who in the building is an EMT? Identify them. Right? They can be your helpers. Mr. Rogers, it says identify helpers. Find your helpers. And then what are those procedures? Also have a list of insurance coverages. You probably got more than one. Right? Your cyber insurance carrier is most likely not your property insurance carrier. You aren't going to need your cyber coverage if a business burns down or a building burns down. Probably. Maybe, probably not. Manual operating procedures. This is the one I get involved in the most. Another common criticism of a business continuity plan, especially in larger organizations, of which really most of you are starting to fall into, right? The BIA identifies your time frames. There is going to be service disruption to some degree in almost every, right? We can work to reduce that risk, or we can work to reduce those times as low as possible. But there's almost no such thing as no time loss in a certain event. And so manual operating procedure bridges that gap. It's triage. What can we do if we don't have access to our information or to our facilities? In fact, those are good questions to ask. Because if you're going to say, how do I build manual operating procedures? Well, a good place to start is go back to those department heads and their subject matter experts, perhaps even down to the end users, and ask them those 2 questions. What would you do if you didn't have access to your systems you're used to having access to? What would you do if you didn't have access to the facilities that you're used to having access to? And take notes, because they're gonna tell you. And from their responses should come your manual operating procedures. Well, I would write this down on this form, and we could probably keep it for this amount of time. And then we'd have to put that into the system when the power came back on, right? So there you're measuring out how much time they can operate manually. Does that fit within your MAB, right? Because that's what the manual operating procedure does. It bridges the time between the event and when the process functions again. And I would start by asking those two questions. Repeat that. What do you do if you don't have access to the systems you rely on? What do you do if you don't have access to the facilities you rely on? You can certainly make it more complicated, but that's a good starting point. It will ultimately result in step-by-step procedures. Now, there might be a scenario in which there just isn't one, right? Let's say you identified internet banking as a business process. I could make the argument that I wouldn't necessarily call it a business process, call it a dependency of a process, but let's say you did. There's no manual operating procedure for that. And it happens. But you don't want it for all of them, right? So manual operating procedures. Definitely, if you're over $1 billion, I hope you have them. If you're not, which I believe most of the attendees here are, if you don't have them, I encourage you to start thinking about developing. You want me to help you scope what that looks like? You have your business impact analysis here. I can give you a quick little rundown and look at it from my auditor brain. Also have planned testing procedures documented in your business continuity plan. Now, plan is not a policy, right? The policy tells you what you have to do. Plan tells you what you should do in an event, what you will do in an event. But the nice thing about having your testing procedures in the plan is that it isn't a policy. The policy is going to tell you that you have to do tests. It might tell you a certain level of frequency for certain types of tests. But in here, you can get more specific. Right? Because guess what? If you don't follow the procedures, it's not a policy violation. So have planned testing procedures in your business continuity plan. How often is it done? Who's involved? What sort of tests will be done? What reports need to be created? Who are those reports delivered to? What are the contents of those reports? Does it have specific response procedures from the attendees? Does it have a list of recommendations for improvements? Business continuity plan should have a pandemic preparedness plan. More specifics about this in the next module. However, I promise that's probably the part that we're not going to go through. Nevertheless, here's an example. System recovery procedures. These are also important. I would include these in your business continuity plan. So conceptually, there should be a documented recovery procedure for each of your, let's say, IT dependencies, right? Now that's probably going to be a bit too much. So you can cut it down. How do you cut it down? What does the risk assessment say? What risk assessment? It's impact analysis. So for your critical processes, the critical IT applications that support it have a system recovery or application recovery procedure outlined within your business continuity plan. It's not going to apply to everybody, right? Most readers of the plan are not going to be involved in this, but at least having it documented for IT, and those of you that only work in IT, you might sit there and think, and I know how to do that. I don't need to document those. True, what if you get hit by the bus? Also, if I put on my auditor hat, if it isn't documented, it doesn't exist. Right? You could be the guy that pulls the lever and it works every time. No, it doesn't. Or until I'm trying to validate that it exists. So some of this is just you flexing your own muscle of demonstration. But I would absolutely make sure that those are included in your business continuity plan, along with those manual operating procedures. You know, and here's an example of what it might look like. You're also going to want to have your backup procedures identified in your business continuity plan. Right? If system recovery goes to the RTO and the MAD, backup recovery goes to the RPO. So identify what those are, what those systems are, what's the backup frequency, where are they located, and on what media, what's our retention. Have that included in the business continuity plan. Because again, back to the same thing as system recovery procedures. If I can't validate their existence through documentation, they get written up. I like to be able to come in and look at your BIA, look at your tests, look at your backup procedures, and if it all sings in harmony, you have a good business continuity plan. Doesn't mean we're not going to find some things to improve upon. That happens, right? There might be a mistake in here, oversight. That's fine. That's not a systemic issue. Not having it is a bigger problem. Right? It all comes back to that business impact analysis. Include that in the, yes, guys, you want to include the business impact analysis in the business continuity plan. In fact, when I'm building it, it's either document number 1 or document number 2. If it's document number 2, it's because I've organized your plan in a way that it has kind of a main body where it says, here's our list of responsibilities, here's our list of communicators, here's our management succession, here's where you can refer to the various components that follow. By the way, here's a business impact analysis, of which this is all based on. You know, so what does it look like? Pull it all together. Main body, I would put right under there business impact analysis. I actually would not put it right there at the bottom. That's just me. And I like to put that right at the top. But it has to be there. And with that, our summary, going right into 1145, I'm starting to hit my stride. Ensure documents in place are concise, right? Have it organized. Understand the organization. There's a lot of papers in here, guys. All that put together, thousands of pages. When you consider evacuation procedures, maps of buildings, that can get intense. Doesn't have to, but it can, right? So ensure that they're concise. That those employees that need to know how to access it, know how to use it. Ensure they're created so that anyone within the institution can follow and execute them if necessary. Ensure that you distribute copies of the plan to the team for sure, right? Everyone on the team should have very easy access to the plan in its entirety. I would also make sure that to some degree it's not only stored within the confines of the organization, maybe on a SharePoint site, but also make sure that other employees get access to it if they need it. Right? Our continuity plan is on an intranet site. I haven't read it much. I'm not responsible for business continuity with SBS. Not my game. It's someone else's. I know where it is if I need it. I don't like the employee. So, thank you guys. We'll break for lunch. 1 hour, back at 1:45. You want to go earlier?
Yeah.
12:30, 45 minutes. Shorter?
I'd still go shorter, but that's me. I don't want to speak for
Well,
anybody
let me
else.
ask. I understand.
Half hour would be good.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, do a half hour. We'll be back at 12:15. So I get my numbers and colors down. Yes.
I could just go on, but.
Okay.
Are you warm? Are you warm? Oh. Are you warm? I'm warm, but that's probably just me.
It happens.
Yeah, and then.
That's the whole people.
Oh, yeah, no, someone is available. It's right down there.
Sure. We have, well, we're gonna start. We've got 3 parts of a 4-part series left, so
Okay.
I'd say that's sometime between 2 and 2:30.
Oh, really?
Maybe, it depends.
Like that.
It's a,
Yes.
I have to work with it. The,
Have to work with it, but it's fine.
the online people don't interact. That, even when you leave it open, it just doesn't happen. What do we get? Just me?
That's you. I have not. I've been wanting to. Yeah.
I saw this the other day and I wondered what it was. I figured it was a local or chain. Kind of like Tim Hortons. You don't see Tim Hortons in South Dakota. You gotta be basically a border state to Canada. to see a Tim
Yeah.
Hortons. Now, I haven't been paying terribly close attention to the news. I find it's better for my blood pressure. But any of that trucker stuff near Detroit, or is that farther east?
No, it was Detroit.
Was it? I had someone ask me, like, how are the interstates out there? So, fine. Why? Are there a bunch of truckers? Not more than normal. Oh, I see what you're asking.
Yeah. Wasn't the backup all on the Canadian side? Yes. Yeah, yeah. Enjoy lunch. Thank
Very good. Yes. Just water.
I'm good, thank you.
Where's your home base? I don't know if I missed that.
Where Sioux Falls is? About 35 miles northwest.
Okay. I did a road trip.
I bet she
Stopped
was.
in Sioux Falls for sure.
Sure. And then over to Rapid on Interstate 90. Because you get things like Walter,
You got it well, that's for sure.
tourist trap, isn't it?
But so
Super
far,
tourist trap.
but so far. Yeah, we stopped a lot of places, little funky little. But we ended up Badlands, I think, was our final destination.
You go to Mount Rushmore. Pretty hard to go through South Dakota. and that stuff.
Yeah, we didn't spend much time, basically just parked and kind of walked up one trail and took a picture.
What else are you gonna do? I was explaining that to the guy that was driving me on the shuttle bus from the airport to the rental car. So have you seen Because have you seen Mount Rushmore? Yeah, 17 times. Oh, is it cool? Yeah,
Yeah.
I think everybody should see it once.
It's cool.
But 17
Yeah,
times.
well,
If you drive by it.
yeah, right. I'm kind of counting that.
Mhm.
You know, just what do you do? Just go and look at it and say.
Yep.
Yeah, basically. You can't climb it. I think someone did back in the 70s.
Yeah. Yeah. It's not crazy horse too, but I don't think we went in. I think we just, it was from the main road maybe. Custer State Park we went to, which was really
Interesting thing about crazy horses. Ben Gum is offered a money to finish it many times.
Really?
We'll take it.
Really?
Well, so many still see the Black Hills as their territory.
Right.
Take it from them.
Yeah, yeah.
So, you know, they don't really want money from the people that they feel wrong. So they kept all of it private. When it's completed, it's gonna be massive.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I'll see it in my lifetime. It's news when they make another blast.
Gotcha. Yeah.
They don't happen that often.
Yeah.
Once you get West River, antelope, there's antelope. See, that's not it.
Rapid City, Sioux Falls.
Badlands are closer to Rapid City than Sioux Falls.
I don't know, we would have, yeah, we went. to Sioux Falls for sure.
You'd have had to get off the interstate to really see the Badlands. We need to
Oh, we
kind of
did.
see them from the interstate. But you don't really get to
Yeah,
see them.
we stayed overnight.
I guess you have to get off to see all the other stuff too.
Enjoy it. I mean, it's such a different, it's so different than here. Just that flat, straight road for miles, hours. It was kind of cool. I mean, just because it's a different landscape, we're not used to it. I'm sure if you have to drive it all the time, it would be very,
Honestly,
yeah.
probably the last 5 years. I bet you have spent more time in Michigan than I've spent in West River. So,
Oh, wow.
well, there's about 6 banks between the Missouri River and the Rocky Mountains. Yeah, maybe 7.
So I just received an email from SBS saying that, I don't know, if you pronounce it Garrett or Garrett, resigned. He goes someplace else or.
Yeah, he's your sales rep. in Michigan.
Yeah.
I was told where he went. Joe was talking about it this morning too.
Oh.
But like, from my perspective in SBS management, it wasn't competitive, so I was.
Mhm. He was there a long time.
He was. At least 4 years.
At least what? Hmm, I'm thinking a lot longer than that, because I've known him since I started this position, and it's been probably well over 7.
Okay. Well,
Yeah,
sometimes I lose track of
yeah, don't know. By
that.
so fast. So we can, like, say we wanted somebody to come in and look up, our BCP gets audited every year. But to me, it's disorganized. And I'm not sure that,
There is a difference between passing and audit.
right, exactly,
I can write you anything to pass and audit.
right.
Might be totally yes.
Mhm.
But as long as.
Because
you're
as long as
saying
the
right thing at
information
the
is
right time,
there.
Yeah.
They're gonna say, check it off and say, yes, it's there, but like you said, to be useful. So anyway, this is the information where we would get a hold of you for,
Yeah, and essentially it's pointing in the right direction. I don't do sales.
so you wouldn't come in and look it over, or-
It might be like something else, but I don't do sales. That's where I'm going with that. I'll keep up sales. I might be involved in a sales call. There's plenty of organizational studies that are going to indicate that the person doing the selling and the servicing is eventually gonna have conflict of interest.
understandable. I was just thinking about somebody coming in and just like tearing it apart.
Oh, we can do that. Yeah. Do that. But yes, you can certainly start with me.
Okay.
I will end up pointing you to sales pretty quickly. But after that.
Okay.
I will say that I have to take less and less account work by the years. Because between, managing people and managing services and doing stuff like this, doesn't leave a whole lot of people left.
No, no time.
It's not that I don't do, it's just not as often.
Understandable. I was really surprised when you said you don't do your BCP.
Oh, SBS, yeah, I know SBS.
Yeah, that really surprised me.
I should clarify. SBS does SBS.
You're just not involved in it.
Right, I mean, good parts of it, like identifying backups for personnel that report to me. That. Making sure I maintain their contact information like that. Right, but as far as larger focus continuity, that I'm part of senior management, but I'm downward facing. Right, I'm not outward facing. I don't. But we rely on me to keep that part of the organization functioning. And those guys deal with the organization. There's a slight possibility of coming back solo SBS, which case I'm happy. So, not my monkey.
Yeah.
So you get to vendor management. Well, we're not able to. So
Right,
we don't have to sign, of course.
Right.
But you're gonna expect us to do certain things. There's no obligation for us to have information security officer. There's an obligation for you.
Mhm.
Since a large portfolio of ours is banks, we do our best to do the exact same things that you have to put yourselves through. Because when you ask for that documentation, it's going to look familiar.
right. Yeah, it's a good idea.
Okay, a half hour. Some of the remote.
I know. Run down, get me a snack. I think down here.
So you're also. By the way, there's a defibrillator and fire extinguisher right around the
Oh,
corner,
good to know.
Nice.
just in case I light on fire
Nice.
or collapse. Don't hook it up to my head.
Oh, my goodness.
License. Facebook, I think
You know, I don't actually know the answer.
Yeah, I don't think anybody can just go around. It's hard.
Well, yeah, but they also want them everywhere.
Yeah.
No, no.
Can't really pull out instructions and read it while somebody's
Right,
dying in front
I
of
know.
you. Yeah,
All of a sudden you got two people passed out.
right,
Oh,
exactly. And how do you know they're choking and I thought he's not.
Right?
well, might clear the airway.
It's hot. She leave you to fend for yourself.
Always watching the chat out there. She'll just have to run in if someone says something. All lot easier.
I wish now they just had a virtual since it was just the two of us.
Apparently you don't need to be trained to use it.
Oh, you know?
Apparently not.
When this all got booked. Before. You know, I'm not shooting at such things. As an organization, you probably are somewhat required to,
Have one?
oh, as a service organization. At least project that you are concerned about such things. So.
So if we just had a picture,
Say what?
we just put up a picture of it
Of what?
with the defibrillator.
Oh,
Is that what you're talking about?
no.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Why it's hybrid.
Oh, goodness. Okay, I'm sorry. Yes.
Because it
Gotcha.
was announced on the site. Then I think they went to hybrid because of what happened.
Yeah.
I realized most banks tolerate to deal with that risk, but they also want to leave a very fine line of being cavalier about it, and not being cavalier about it. It is. And in a perfect world, we would have another screen that would allow us to have moderation, right, in which we could really invoke their participation. They have the ability, it's not perfect.
Right. But you're getting through it.
Yeah, we'll make it. All right, guys, we are at that time. As you're flipping through this module, and just based on the title, you will notice that there is some content in there about pandemic preparedness. I took the liberty over lunch break to delete those slides from this presentation. But I will not actually go through it. If you like it as reference material, they have it. If you have questions, you may ask it. But I kind of feel like we've all lived pandemic long enough, probably don't need to talk about it as much. So welcome to the second half of the day. Now we're going to talk about some of the interconnectivity between business continuity and, in this case, incident response and vendor management. We're going to start with incident response. So how does incident response fit into business continuity? Right? What goes into a good incident response plan? Pandemic fit into business continuity. I think we already know that. What is included in the vendor management process? How does vendor management fit in business continuity? Remember the umbrella, the emergency preparedness umbrella? We talked mostly about business continuity and disaster recovery earlier today. Now we're going to talk about incident response. It's all under the emergency preparedness umbrella. Again, to recall our flow chart. Right, if business continuity is this item right here under the information security program, guess what? Incident response is also one of those items. So how do we integrate it into the BCP? Right, an event is classified as an incident. If an event is classified as an incident, use the incident response plan. How do I classify that? Does it deal with the confidentiality or the integrity of information? Right, an incident might not actually stop you from doing business. An incident could be exposure of data, unauthorized exposure of data. That doesn't necessarily mean that you can't keep working. It just means that someone saw something they shouldn't. So an incident is classified as an incident. We can talk perhaps later about the difference between an incident and a breach. But an incident deals with issues of confidentiality or issues of integrity. Business continuity deals with loss of availability, disaster recovery, loss of facilities. an example of a policy, because I'm not gonna read all this, but you have to have a policy that dictates the requirements of the plan. Right, so as we've stated before, the policy tells you what you must do. Plan is the textbook that you intend to follow in an event. Here's the NIST response or incident response model, right? Remember, it's all cyclical. Preparation, we should always be prepared. Then if there's an incident, right, we detect it, we do some analysis, containment and eradication. Let's see if we can detect it again. If so, back to containment and eradication. If not, cool, move on to post-incident activity, and then go back to preparation. Right, so all of these processes are cyclical. Here's another flow chart demonstrating an incident response lifecycle, right? You're always preparing. Let's say that you detect something, right? And you're going to move to contain, deny or disrupt, eradicate, degrade, deceive, destroy, recover, lessons learned, back again. Somewhere in there, do we need to invoke digital forensics? Right? Do we need to understand what happened? Well, then maybe we might not want to destroy. There's a whole other certification on incident response about when you make those decisions to preserve versus fully eradicate. If you're interested in it, I would encourage you to take it. I think it's highly valuable. But in our world, an incident response policy contains 8 main pieces: a statement of management's commitment, purpose and objectives of the policy, a scope, a definition of what an incident is and their consequences. Right, so an incident is anything that affects the confidentiality or integrity of our information. Cool. What are its consequences? Should contain the organizational structure, including roles and responsibilities. So who's on the incident response team? What are their responsibilities? Who can declare an incident? Should have prioritization of incidents, performance measures, and reporting, right? So that's the policy. Then you're going to create a plan. Now, I can probably give you a better template, a better straight starting point for an incident response plan than I can for a business continuity plan, right? Because we're talking about some pretty specific incidents that you might identify in your incident identification matrix, right? For example, your incident response plan doesn't mention ransomware or doesn't mention business email compromise, probably want to update your plan. But the plan should contain, at a minimum, where are you getting your threat intelligence? What are the types of incidents you may have? Right, and that flows into your identification matrix. It's going to document your incident response team. It's going to have escalation procedures. Now, here's where the plan starts to diverge a little bit. Right, the escalation procedures tell you if this, then this, if this, then this, if this, then this. Under these conditions, do this. So that's kind of like a decision tree. But then, based on your identification matrix, you're also going to have specific response procedures under certain conditions. So procedures for handling general incidents, procedures for handling specific incidents. Seems strange, there'll be an example. Service provider incidents, physical loss or theft, inappropriate use, customer notification. How do you notify your customer? And when do you do it? And then contact information. So what is threat intelligence? Well, this is in, what am I looking for here? A list of things. It's a list of where you get your information. Sorry, I had a better word. I lost inventory. That's it. It's an inventory of your sources of information. Could be firewall logs, could be SIM logs, could be FSISAT, Maybe you get a newsletter that I send out every week. Maybe you're a member of InfraGard. Maybe you have more technical stuff, right? Like FSI sets, actual threat intelligence feeds, right? List them out. Where do you get your threat intelligence? Identify your key risk indicators. Now, these are just some basic ones, right? I'm not telling you what your key risk indicators are, but your incident response plan should have them identified. Another way to think about this is if I were to ask, what does baseline look like on your network? Pretty broad question, right? But I hope that you can give me an answer. It might be a bit more nuanced and it might take you more than 5 minutes to explain it. But if you can show it to me, then at least you know what baseline is. So wouldn't the key risk indicator be anything that exceeds baseline? One way to think of your key risk indicators could just be anything that triggers an alert. That would require you to have good baselines identified and good alerts set up. But that's another way to think of it, right? What are your key risk indicators? What gives you a notification or a feeling that something is off, that there might be an incident at play? A good incident response plan could contain a cyber kill chain. This is a little bit more of an advanced topic. Cyber kill chain, I believe, was it's basically a warring strategy developed by Lockheed Martin, where in the different phases of an attack, from reconnaissance to weaponization to delivery to exploitation, I believe the next one down is persistence. We would do these different things: detect, deny, disrupt, degrade, deceive, and contain. Right. So if we have a really, really good understanding of what our defenses are and at what part on this kill chain, we can start writing it out. We can look for gaps. Now, in all honesty, you might sit here and look at this template and go, why isn't there a lot of stuff in deceive? Well, there's not a lot of deceive controls out there, right? And there's, depending on who you talk to, different opinions on their efficacy, right? Sometimes I've had there's a security researcher that I know that absolutely hates the idea of a honeypot. He thinks when an attacker finds a honeypot, it just makes him angry. The honeypot is a deceive control. Now, you want to build a kill chain. It doesn't have to be based on the Lockheed model. It can be based on something else. I don't often put these in some of my less complex, less mature organizations. I still want to do key risk indicators, right? And they may have to rely on a vendor to tell them what they are. But if no one can figure it out, if no one knows, how are we going to know when we're having an incident? That can be half of the exercise right there. Then you got to identify those types of incidents, right? A general incident might include, hey, got a virus on this computer. It's just a virus. It's not a specific one, right? So malware, DDoS, I would actually have something specific for DDoS, business email compromise, ransomware. Those are general incidents, but I would have each of them spelled out. Service provider incidents. What do we do in the event that each of these critical service providers has an incident? And by the way, which ones should we actually put in here? I would think critical vendors dealing in customer information. Probably limit it to that. Use your risk assessments. Also for physical loss or theft. I don't know that it happens that much anymore. When I was just getting into this field, a lot of the most largest data breaches were because someone left a laptop in their back seat. Right? So your incident response plan will have a section detailing out what these specific items are, and then point to them, right? If it looks like this, go here. Not all that different from the layout of the business continuity plan. So what might trigger an incident? And key risk indicators. Could be a call from a user about unusual behavior. Be notification from a sysadmin about unusual behavior. Notification from a detective advice. System log of unusual activity, right? Discrepancies within key risk indicators. That's what triggers it, right? That's what says something is wrong. So if you get a trigger, that didn't flow quite the way I was expecting. That's okay. Incident identification matrix. This is a categorization and an inventory of incidents that you believe you may experience, and then rate it out, right? Give a basic risk rating. What are the symptoms? What are the potentially affected systems? And then a reference, right? Because we're gonna give a specific readout, specific scenario for each one of those. I mentioned ransomware, so 6.6.2 in this example. Corporate account takeover, 6.8.6. This is what we're going to do in this event.
There's what you have.
Okay,
So,
hold on, we're getting to
yeah,
you. Sorry.
I was not stuck on the phone call, sorry, so I'm gonna come in and do something.
Yes. They indicate that they want us to have a specific type of action based on like want to be broken out to additional. Yeah, yep. Yes. Thank you, Miles. That is the current best practice. So that's effectively what we're getting into here. The identification matrix tells you what those scenarios, tells you what you need to build scenarios for, right? Then you build out those scenarios. Now, you might end up starting with a guess, right? Hang on, gotta get my control back. Apologies, if I had greater control, I'd jump to different places right now, so I'm just gonna kind of do it from my brain. Let's say I was building a playbook for ransomware. Well, I'm gonna start with what I think is a good idea. Now, it's true, not gonna probably do a technical test of ransomware, but you're gonna do a test, you're gonna do a tabletop test. You're gonna talk to the different people that are gonna be involved. And with ransomware, you're gonna have to define if you're willing to pay the ransom, if you're not willing to pay the ransom, what's your ability to recover? If you're gonna pay the ransom, where do you get the Bitcoin? Who negotiates, right? All of those different pieces could be contained in that area. Your incident response plan will contain an incident response team. Again, not dissimilar to the business continuity team. Who is in it? Who's responsible? Who makes the call? This is what that might look like, right? Your ISO is going to be part of the incident response team. This is their responsibility. The rest of the team has this responsibility. Various committees have these responsibilities or expectations. On escalation, right? This is the decision tree portion of it. In this set of scenarios, what do we do? It's a little bit, I can understand where it feels a little disjointed to go from an escalation event to a specific scenario. But I think it's important to have them both. It's okay to diagram it out. I've never been a giant fan of diagrams. I guess I personally don't find them that useful. That doesn't mean that they're not. It just means that I'm not that fond. But then your escalation procedures, right? So if these are our escalation levels and it's based on this description, then here's our escalation procedures. For escalation level 2, we're going to do these things. For escalation level 5, if we're skipping down a ways, we're going to do these things. These are escalation procedures. Here's the people involved. This is what's going to happen. Here's how it's going to operate. Right? That's invocation of management level processes. Evaluate whether customer information is involved, right? You can have an incident that doesn't involve customer information. Right, so no, security of customer information has not been breached. Resume previous incident response procedures. However, if you become aware customer information was involved, then yes, continue with this procedure. Notify the IRT and the board. Complete an incident response form. Contact your primary federal regulator within 36 hours, new rule. Return to previous procedures and complete the steps. Notify customers as required. Now, individual states have individual data breach notification laws, right? The primary federal regulator that I was referring to, you have to notify them within 36 hours. I'm not immediately familiar with Michigan's data breach notification laws, but most of them say within a reasonable amount of time, unless requested by law enforcement to withhold information. And then the methods for which you can use are going to be detailed in there, but a good understanding of that law would be useful to have in your incident response plan as well. For example, there's probably a threshold about when you can use conspicuous notification. Just basically, if it's over a certain amount of customer records, or if it's over a certain amount of cost dollars, then you can just blast it out through various media outlets. And I don't think you actually want to do that. I think that's more costly than actually doing notification. But have good procedures for what that might look like. If you have to notify your customers, where are you going to get the information to do it? What are you going to give them? General description of the incident, types of information misused, steps taken or remediated, contact and telephone numbers they can call for further assistance. Remind customers to be vigilant, monitor their activity and report suspicious activity. Inform customers about fraud alerts and credit reports. Educate, educate, educate. A lot of times there's an offering of free monitoring for a period of time too. Customer notification must be delivered in a manner that a customer can reasonably expect to receive. Generally, they're delivered by mail, but it's also acceptable to give them a phone call or email if they've given consent to that. Maybe if they accepted e-statements, for example. Your incident response plan will want to have an incident response form. There's a reason to invoke the incident response plan. You should fill out a form. You should archive it. This is all part of a good governance process. This could be an example of one you could use. And then on the topic of vendor management, how does vendor management play with business continuity? Well, we'll talk a little bit about selection, talk a little bit about management, talk a little bit about the regulatory requirements. Interestingly enough, I'm going to get up on my soapbox. There's not been a lot of good vendor management regulation in the last quite some time. I'll get into that a little more later. You can kind of see it here. Bill 44, 2008 was kind of one of the more seminal documents. 2008, that's old. Federal Reserve SR 1319 and OCC Bulletin 2013-29 are effectively the same document. They really put out a lot more requirements as to what you're expected to do. Even those are 2013, and that's almost 10 years old. And the management booklet, which I have in here, is old as well. I'd hazard a guess that it was the 2000s. I think that's the next one up. I feel like I got a request for comment. Usually means it's in the next year or so. So vendor risk management responsibility. An institution's board of directors and senior management are ultimately responsible. Boy, that sounds pretty familiar. Reasonably can identify and control risks arising from relationships, To the same extent, these activities were handled in-house. That's the preamble of Bill 44, 2008. The OCC expects a bank to practice effective risk management regardless of whether it's performed internally or not. So that's that bulletin I was referring to. And then just to make sure that we're also quoting the other one, the use of service providers does not relieve the financial institution's board of responsibility. Right? So each of those guidance pieces say the same things. Right? So why are we talking about this? Well, where's your data? You have a vendor relationship. I guess it's your data isn't within the confines of your building anymore. But you are ultimately responsible. Where are we trending? Are we trending to doing more things in-house? Or are we trending to doing more things with service providers? Even those of you in this meeting that are doing things in-house, do you think that you'll be doing the exact same things in-house in 10 years? Or more things in-house in 10 years? Because my bet is not. My bet is the trend is more to the cloud. So, categorize our significant vendor relationships. The vendor performs a critical function. Could be a new relationship, right? You may categorize a new relationship as riskier, even dependent on their level or criticality rating, than you would an older vendor you've worked with for quite some time. Use of a vendor usually means we're doing something new, something different, right? They're storing, processing, or transmitting information on our behalf. Some of that may be customer information, sensitive information. They may have a material effect on earnings or capital. Most of your critical vendors would. So what are some common issues with vendor management? No formal or documented program. Program that's not based on risk. True, seen it. Lack of any mention of an IT risk assessment or use of an IT risk assessment. SOC report not obtained or analyzed. If it's a critical vendor and they're processing customer information for you, my bet is they'll have one. And if they don't, they better have a really good reason for not having one. Specific contact requirements not being identified, right? We talked about what happens if you have an issue with the vendor. Do you call the sales rep? Do you call up to tech support? Depends. You got to ask the question first. A rubber stamp for third parties, right? Doesn't drive value. Contracts being a one size fits all. Or that they're not focused on the financial industry. If you weren't listening earlier, I talked about a good first test of a vendor being just ask for their due diligence packet. That's it. Please give me your due diligence packet. Because if they give you something that makes sense, that's a good example of probably a decent vendor. Because they're going to know these things. It's also going to be a solid indication that they're focused on the financial industry. Because they know what you expect. Oh, I promise you, I'm not going to bore you with all the regulation, but it's there, right? And this is what I'm talking about. Look at the dates on this stuff, guys. 2008, the most recent vendor management that we'll dive into this one a little bit is Phil 19, 2019. That has to do with contracts. Because they finally figured out from 2013, when the OCC and the Federal Reserve gave us some good guidance, that things have changed in that amount of time, and that contractual requirements should be updated along with it. Yes, the FFIEC's Outsourcing Technology Services Handbook, June 2004. That thing can vote. That's a new joke for me. Came up with that one today. That thing can vote. And it's not bad. Its contents are still relevant to a certain degree, right? We have to discuss contracting issues with service level agreements, with pricing methods, risk of bundling different stuff together, right? All of this stuff still exists. It's just that more stuff exists, more consideration, because the environment has changed that much. Right? The topics of this handbook include business continuity planning, outsourcing the business continuity function, safeguarding information security, multiple service provider relationships, and outsourcing to foreign service providers. It's interesting. I just, raise your hand or say something quick if you do major if one of your critical vendors is a foreign service provider. I'm betting the answer is no. Not saying they don't have a foreign service provider. Critical vendor, right? Level 1 critical. So Bill 44, 2008, kind of that seminal document. I do like some of those questions. I have a couple banks that still use some of the Phil 44, 2008 questions. Like, are they licensed to do business? None of the modern stuff actually asks this. Or assess their knowledge of the service provider. And that's good. It really feels like a first iteration of a process. So SR 13, 2019 is very similar to OCC. I think it's 2013, 29. I apologize if I messed that up, OCC banks, but they read very much the same. Right? If you look at this, doesn't this look like all the other guidance? Have some form of a risk assessment. Each of those, we're going to have due diligence and selection of service providers by looking at business background, reputation, and strategy, financial performance and condition, operation and internal controls. That's due diligence. Contract provisions and considerations, incentive compensation review. Are they incentivized to provide service over security? Maybe. Make sure they are. It's a sign, right? Signs get created for a reason. Make sure that they have business continuity and contingency considerations. That's why we're talking about it in this context. The FFIEC put out some additional considerations for cloud computing. I think this was 2013. I haven't found this particular piece to be all that relevant anymore. I think it came out to bridge a gap. But then, AICPA updated to past SAS 70, they got an SSA 16, then they got an SSA 18, then in the SOC 1 versus SOC 2. I think most of those things are more or less dealt with, right? Because this particular piece of guidance talks about classification, segregation, vendor management audit. All of that's covered by more modern processes. There it is, OCC Bulletin 2013, 2029. Basically the same as Federal Reserve SR 1319. On risk management, this will be the OCCs. OCC expects banks to have risk management processes that are commensurate with the level and risk and complexity to its third-party relationship, bank's organizational structure. Doesn't that read just like every other piece of regulation? So, good vendor management based on a risk assessment. On planning, develop a plan to manage the relationship. It's often the first step, right? In the vendor risk assessment. Vendor risk management process. On due diligence and selection. Conducting a review of a potential third party before signing the contract is pretty critical. How many individuals in this meeting, raise your hand, did you get a vendor relationship before you did real due diligence? It's okay, I suspect everyone. And it's not probably your fault either. Bigger the bank gets, more unwieldy vendor management, or not, vendor selection tends to get, right? You've got different departments come to you later and say, hey, we got a new vendor, here you go, manage. It's okay, I feel you, I've been there. I've done 300 audits, I see it all the time. So have good vendor selection, formalize it, move it throughout the organization. What should it contain? It should contain these pieces. When you're doing contract negotiation, have criteria for which you expect contracts to cover. You know, with regards to what we're talking about right now, business continuity. Right? In all honesty, being a person that does some contract reviews, you know what I see the least of in critical vendor contracts is responsibilities and business continuity events. In older contracts, let me state that, right? Pre 13, 14, 15, new contracts, yeah, you know what, they contain it. I actually, true story, did a vendor review for a customer that had a master service agreement signed in 1992. It had addendums, had different pricing schedules attached. But most of its, you know, heavy expectations of the vendor from 1992. You can get a new contract, it would come with a cost. And so that was what we were pushing up against. When we did the vendor review, the review comes back with significant vendor risk. So as a suggestion, it's, guys, you need to renegotiate this contract. We did, and it came back with a bunch of money. Right, so the choice for the organization was to operate under a junk contract for a lot less money, or operate under a better contract for a lot more money. I don't know what they chose. It's not on me. I hope they chose that from a security standpoint. You know what, I get it. I do. So I don't do a lot of selection. I do a lot of ongoing monitoring. And in all honesty, they don't have to be that different. If you define good vendor management criteria, of which you're going to review contracts, associated addendums, which you're going to review due diligence packets, there's no reason it can't be very, very similar to the selection process. It could be the same criteria. Now, I could suggest that you add additional metrics to selection. I could say you enforce these exact same criteria on prospective vendors. You're probably not going to get a contract to review unless you pick a vendor. And they're not just going to write something up for you, probably. So there's other things you can do. You can check references of other banks, do cost benefit analysis. They'll give you a basic cost structure. So you can do other stuff to get you there, but your management criteria can be very similar to your selection criteria. Sorry, vice versa. Your selection criteria can be very similar to your ongoing monitoring criteria. But the performance of vendor management, ongoing monitoring, that's the activity that you're doing every year. Not doing it on every vendor every year, but you're doing it every year. Generally, if I'm building out a product or a process, I separate vendors into 3 categories: level 1, level 2, level 3. You could also call that critical, important, and incidental. You can add another one in there, call it exempt. And in that, I would do a very thorough review every year on my level 1 vendors. I do a little less thorough review every 2 years on my level 2 vendors. And I do a very, 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 very light review every 3 years on those vendors. But at least you're doing something. You categorize them, you show that they're under management, you do some form of a review. You should have a process for termination of the vendor. Specifically your critical ones, right? I don't need you to write a termination process for your non-important vendors. But this is the contingency plan, right? If vendor A becomes so untenable that it's not working for you, what's your contingency plan? Where can you go? What does the conversion look like? Can you bring it in-house? Do you want to? I have worked with a bank that got so tired of their service provider that they brought it in-house. That's one. One out of however many. But it does exist. Oversight and accountability. This is going to look very similar to all of their processes, right? The board is ultimately responsible. They will delegate some of that action and responsibility to senior management. And all the way down to the employees who directly manage the vendor, right? If you're a smaller bank, you might be doing an awful lot of vendor management activities. If you're a bigger bank, you might be responsible for oversight and rely on vendor owners to do the management. Documentation and reporting. If it isn't documented, it doesn't exist. That's the auditor. What am I looking for? Well, a risk assessment that contains all vendors under management, AKA current list of all third-party vendors, an inventory, that's risk assessed. Approved plans for use of third-party relationships, due diligence results along with finding and recommendations, possibly an analysis of cost if we're doing the selection, although I may see one if all of a sudden we're into a management, if we're just in the management side and we feel like we're spending too much money, right? We might have an analysis of changing vendors, we're bringing it in-house. I've seen that before. Regular risk management and performance reports, regular reports to the board and senior management. I would expect that that risk assessment goes to the board. I would expect that I see a list of all of my vendors that are critical, or all vendors based on criticality. I would expect that anything that you actually do reviews for, I see metrics on, and just a basic statement of whether or not they're meeting our risk appetites, right? But then I would also expect that they're seeing the results of review of critical vendors. They don't have to read it all. They should see it so that they have the ability to ask questions. And you as the reporter should summarize the results of those findings. That's how I do vendor management reports to boards. Find it to be highly successful, at least from a consulting point of view. Independent reviews. So that would be, when the audit assesses vendor management, that could also be, to some degree, outsourcing vendor management. One of my jobs is to oversee our product, where if you didn't want to do vendor management, you'd pay us to do vendor management. Sounds a little weird, but it exists. So this is that more recent documentation. I'll give you a little oversight on what this is. Examiners had noted that contracts with technology service providers may not adequately define rights and responsibilities regarding business continuity and incident response. So this is kind of the most recent guidance we have. 2019. Some contracts do not require service provider to maintain a business continuity plan, establish recovery standards, or define contractual remedies if the technology service provider misses a recovery standard. Other contracts do not sufficiently detail the technology service provider security incident responsibilities, such as notifying the financial institution or regulators. Additionally, some did not clearly define key terms used in contractual provisions related to business continuity and incident response. Solid finding. I think that's probably a pretty accurate assessment. To this day, still don't necessarily see it. Right, so what are they looking for? What are some considerations? It would encourage financial institutions as part of their due diligence and ongoing monitoring process to establish those criteria and report on it. Right, and ultimately, I think the goal would be to remediate. Now, you can wait, right, until the contract's up. You could enter a renegotiation. Right? Like, how did that bank end up with an MSA from 1992? Well, auto renew provisions. And I think probably what they had was kind of a sweetheart deal where, it auto renews on this date for this percentage. And there's probably a really good chance that over the last 30 years that increase was less than what it would actually be to have renegotiated a contract. So you can get into it early, right? But that can be a red flag too, right? Long-term contracts that auto renew. Well, I bet they don't take into account some of these newer criteria. And they even say institution management may refer to the IT examination handbook on business continuity for guidance on managing third-party risk. So the booklet, right? The BCM booklet. This is what they have to say on vendor management. Not to be confused with the third-party management booklet that can vote. It's a BCM booklet from 2019. Management should consider the same risks outlined in their entity's own internal business continuity plan in relation to third-party service providers, as well as capacity of the third-party service provider to meet client recovery objectives in the agreement related or relative to the client's needs, ability to participate in recovery testing with third-party service providers and assess testing results, ability to move outsourced processes either in-house or to another third-party service provider in an event, alternative resources for when primary services cannot be delivered, and confidentiality, integrity, and availability considerations. So this is part of the BCM handbook. That's where it ties in. So, vendor management best practices. You have to have vendor management process as part of your greater information security program. There really is no way out of that. You have to tie that to your IT risk assessment. I wish I had in here the slide about building information security programs based on risk management. There's a pyramid I have that talks about the different levels of risk assessment. IT risk assessment is your most data-driven piece, right? It's really down in the weeds. It's on the assets. Next up is your third-party management risk assessment. Because you're tying those informational assets that third party is responsible to that. So tie your third-party management program to your IT risk assessment. Have a written third-party process or third-party management process and program, right? A policy. Produce your third-party management paperwork. Move towards automation if you can. And ensure management and board involvement. I used to say in my auditing days, there were 3 levels of vendor management. Not to be confused with what I was talking about earlier. 3 levels of completion of vendor management. Level 1 was vendor what? And sometimes you actually saw that back in the early 2010s. Then there was well, we collect all that documentation. It's sitting in the corner. There's dust bunnies twirling around. We've never reviewed any of it, but it's over there. You can go look at it. And then there was, we collect the documents, we review it, we have an output that tells us that we have a level of comfort with this relationship. So, to review this module, how incident response and pandemic preparedness fit into business continuity. When to enact those plans. What documents go into them. What a vendor management process might look like. What the expectations are about tying those into the business continuity plan. With that, I'm going to say, why don't you come back at 1:10, so about 7 minutes. Except warm in here. Yes,
I
it
think
is.
it
It's
is.
74 degrees.
It was a little warm.
That's, well, it's set at 70. Whew, that explains it. I thought just. And yes, this is somewhat of a workout, but.
Not that much.
So. Although I will say, this much time talking, it is in its own way. Exhausting.
Yeah, sure. Talk for an hour.
So we give ourselves.
Yeah. Yeah. I like that lots.
Driving.
It's much easier to. I don't like relying on other people.
Find that all relationships, there's usually someone that takes charge and someone that supports.
Yeah.
Getting the sense that you're the charge taker.
Yes.
See,
It works out well.
yeah, I mean, there's a lot of reasons that I'm single. We could probably get into that. I think one of them is that I lose take charge, but I also seem to be attracted to ladies who
Oh.
take charge.
There's
So,
conflict
well-
right there.
It's fun for a while,
Right.
but inevitably there
Yeah.
comes a conclusion
Yeah.
that one of us is gonna have to yield. Neither's gonna.
What time is your flight?
Tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. If it was a direct flight, it'd have been no problem. Trying to get in the O'Hare. Out.
Yeah. Are you flying out of Lansing or Detroit?
But it looked easy, it wasn't a viable option.
I love being able to fly out of Lansing, but I find I've had more delays and flight cancellations, and sometimes it's not worth the hassle.
If I didn't want to fly out of Sioux Falls, I'd have to drive to Omaha, and that's about 3.5 hours.
Oh, no.
So, Sioux Falls it is.
Yep.
That's 35 minutes and 4 stoplights from my house.
That's not too shabby. Lansing is 10 minutes from my house.
But Detroit's only an hour and a half-ish.
Yeah.
I guess. Somewhere.
Which on a nice day, it's fine, but
Yeah.
winter, it's always a crapshoot weather. Oh, today's fine, but I had some travel that's white out, snow.
And then you're worried about everybody else on the road, not necessarily about you.
Right. Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody. We got 2 modules left. If you are looking ahead, you probably see an awful lot of documentation left in front of you. There's some pretty technical stuff in this module. And I'm gonna kind of brush on that real quickly. If that's something that you want to talk about in greater detail, send me an email, we can set up a call. Maybe I can answer your questions on an email, but, you know, talking about different RAID implementations, maybe not exactly the audience for that. Nevertheless, backups are a very, very, very critical component of a good business continuity plan. So making sure that you're keeping them in the right way is going to matter a lot. Right? So what are we going to talk about? What are the FFIC's expectations? Told you there's some stuff in here about RAID. just acknowledge its existence and give you some bright examples of what it looks like. Talk about backup rotation, backup location, and managing backups. So what are the expectations? Hey, new booklet has given us some ideas, right? The AIO booklet. Management should maintain the following: policy, standards, and procedures that document the entity's backup methodologies, delineate responsibilities for personnel, and promote uniform processes throughout the entity. This is the newest handbook, guys. Inventories of backup media, storage locations, and access controls to that media. Documented physical or periodic physical security reviews to confirm that all the relevant backup material is available. Procedures to verify adherence to backup schedules. Process to regularly test those backups. Backups of configuration of the data offsite in separate system or media, right? So air gap, if you will. VM versioning, replication, lifecycle policies, and backup processes. Data encryption and access controls to protect that data. And proper sanitization when you're done using it. BCM booklet says the following: failure to backup software configurations could result in interoperability or could delay recovery. It's true. Make sure you're backing up operating systems, applications, utility programs or databases, or other critical software identified in your impact analysis. Right? If it's an interdependency in the critical process, you better have it backed up. Booklet also says that management should establish effective procedures to recover critical networks and systems. They may address the following: backup types. Is it physical or virtual? Backup levels, full, incremental, differential. Updates and retention cycle frequencies, software, hardware compatibility reviews, data transmission control, and repository maintenance. These are some of the considerations. SANS top 20, now CIS top 18. You can kind of skip over that, but this gives you some good ideas of what a good backup management process is going to look like. What, right? Quick wins. Ensure that each system automatically backs up at least weekly. It's quick win. Quick win. Test data on backup media. Also a quick win. Train key personnel on both the backup and restoration process. Common issues of backups. That we rely on daily backup reports and integrity tests and not actual restoration tests. Right? We get a report back that says, hey, backup completed successfully. Ta-da! Never have we ever tested one. Well, when was the last test? Oh, it was done 9 months or 8 months ago, and John called and said he deleted the file. We needed to recover it. Okay, well, I would come up with a better testing strategy. I would document these. I think that's useful. Document a successful test of backups. Don't just rely on that. We didn't know the procedures were wrong since I just do the restore regularly. What does it matter? Good news is our backups are encrypted. Bad news is I just realized and I don't know the passphrase. That happened once, guys. Bank called and said our backups are encrypted. I said, cool, where's the passphrase? On the backups. Whoops. Can you help us? Well, not really. I've only restored a few files before. Doing the whole server was a wake-up call. Yes. Because there's a difference between file level restorations, server and operating system level, or bare bones level, or whatever you want to call that. System level restoration. Never thought that John would request a file from 2 years ago. The examiner showed up asking for it. Didn't have good enough retention. I would suggest some form of a risk-based approach. As I'm always going to suggest that in everything you do, right? It's not feasible to say that we're going to back everything up for 7 years. You don't have the time, the money, or the data storage capacity to do that. So how do we prioritize? Base it on the risk assessment. There are other things too, like data retention standards that you have to follow, but what are examples of systems that we should back up? Right? What are the assets that we might back up data on? Are those critical assets? How often should they be tested? What kind of tests can you do? Are they file level tests? Are they full system restores? How often should you test them? Now, what you see here, above protection profile range, that's kind of our IT risk assessment methodology. Protection profile being the initial level of importance. It ranges, by the way, from 4 to 12. In this instance, there's, 10-point scale. So if it's 10 or greater, monthly, 7 to 9 quarterly, 1 to 6 annually. Hey, whatever your rating is, identify based on the asset. How often should we test it? That's a risk-based testing schedule based on the results of your IT risk assessment. Well, what if it's outsourced? Well, you might have to rely on SOC reports or other audit reports. Right? So look at those. Are they doing the tests? Are those tests successful? Are there exceptions noted? And to some degree, can you ask for those tests? Will they give them to you as part of vendor management? Oftentimes, no. They got to have a backup policy. Well, what's in it? Create a backup schedule. What's being backed up? How often? Where are they stored? What's the rotation? Policy should contain whether it's stored off-site. Right? Create backup procedures for all systems defined in the schedule. Find how often those procedures are tested. Take the results of those testings to your various committees. And ultimately, I would report that to the board, but you can do that as part of the GLD. Right? I don't think the board wants to see results of testing all your backups, but they should probably be informed if there's a systemic problem stemming from tests of your backups, repeated failure. That's something they're going to want to be addressed. Something they're going to want to be informed of. Because they have to provide the resources. So here's a policy example. Right? Part of a policy. So what might your program contain, right? So the program being the procedures, I suppose, in this instance. System backup schedule, frequency, rotation, details of where these things are stored, encryption details, right? Because remember, you want to encrypt. The key management is important. Where's the key? It's on the backup. Oh. System restoration, hardware restoration, application restoration procedures. That's all part of this too. Right? Because you can't have those restoration procedures, don't have backups, don't work. Right, so here's an example. Kind of have this on early, didn't I? What are the systems we're backing up? How often is it happening? Where is it located? What's our retention? Very important. Does that match our RPOs? As part of the overall business process, this may help us identify additional controls that we need to implement. Right, as we're taking our current backup methodologies and first of all, determining whether or not we're able to meet our RPOs, right? Are we also able to meet our RTOs? I gave a couple examples of that earlier. What if we had a recovery that we had to do based on 30 differential backups? Well, we only have a day, that could be a problem. Right? That's not a useful recover backup strategy, given the importance of the process. So here's a scenario. Process, online banking, asset, core banking system, RTO, 48 hours. RPO, 4 hours. This is for fun to use. How do you comply? Well, for the RTO, your core provider will have you on a new system in that amount of time. They'll guarantee it's up and running, right? So 48 hours. Or you have a virtual machine image at a backup site that can be reconfigured and deployed with current data, right? Those are your options. RPO. You set up your data replication into a remote site to execute every 4 hours. So that at any given point, you would need, or any given point in time, you need to manually re-enter or forfeit more than 4 hours worth of data. Is that acceptable? Actually, yes, it is, based on those values, right? Your RPO is 4 hours, replication happens every 4 hours. You might forfeit 2 hours, you might forfeit 3 hours, you might forfeit 14 minutes. But based on those values, it's acceptable. What are your backup design options? And this is just an example. There's going to be a slide about 3, 2, 1. 3 copies of your data, 2 locations, one of them being offline. So in this instance, you've got 2 locations. And online storage solution, well, I guess it's offline in the sense that it's not online in that method, right? It's online. Sorry if that got a little confusing, but it's not connected in a real-time environment. Alternative sites. Lots of different levels of what that might be. We can certainly get into this, but what your requirements are going to be based an awful lot on how much you have in-house. What does your BIA look like? If there's more to it than that. But you got a cold site, which is basically an empty facility, ready to be used whenever. Probably you have infrastructure there, but it's not spun up. Mutual backup site. 2 organizations with similar system configurations agreeing to serve as each other's backup. I've seen it. I think it's really common. Maybe frowned upon, but it exists. A hot site. There's also warm, right? So a hot site is a site with all of the hardware, software, everything ready to go. It's all there. All you got to do is tell it to operate. A warm site being similar to that, but you got to bring it online. Remote journaling, mirrored site. So mirrored site, maybe I'm using some of these a little bit interchangeably. Perhaps I just referred to hot site as mirrored site, right? But mirrored site would be essentially identical to the one that's in production, ready to step up at a moment's notice. Hot site isn't used as a mirror, but it can be flipped. So what are you going to look for from an auditing standpoint, right? You're going to verify successful backup logs. You're going to request documentation on the backup schedule. We're going to look at encryption settings, look at storage and transportation security, and we're going to request backup testing logs and reports. That's what we're going to look at. Your examiners. That's why we want to build these things. Well, we want to build these things to be successful in business continuity, but also so you can pass your audits and examinations. One of SBS's first slogans was something along the line of helping promote successful examinations. So what do I back up? Right? No backup means no recovery. I think a real simple way to put this is if it's identified as a dependency in your business impact analysis, you should at least consider backing it up. Now that might mean different things, right? Workstation backups may not mean individual files on the workstations. It may mean a state restore. Perhaps the servers are where we do file level backups. And therefore, we train our employees to put their critical information on the servers. It may be more advanced, right? We're now fully Office 365. Let me tell you, I love it. Because if I break my laptop this afternoon, I'll have a new one tomorrow and I'll sign in and all my stuff will be there. It's cool. Back up your firewalls. I run PF sets at home on old hardware because I'm that guy. And guess what? If it dies, I install pfSense on new old hardware, and I run a configuration update with a backup that I made. And if you've ever installed pfSense, you know it takes about 4 minutes. So I can have my firewall, which is effectively my router, up and running again, basically as soon as I can get hardware on. Little discussion on RAID. RAID may mean one of the following: redundant array of inexpensive disks or redundant array of independent disks. But it's used to create redundancy. Now, it's what I used to use in the old days before cloud backups for my important stuff. I did not use RAID-O. RAID-O is for performance. Right? RAID-O takes 2 hard drives, makes them into one, therefore essentially doubling the throughput of your hard drives. Right? This description here, A1, A2, A3, A4. But that's 2 hard drives acting as one. RAID-1, on the other hand, this is what I used in my file server. It would use 2 disks acting as one. So if you lost one disk, you still had the information on another. But wait, there's more. RAID-O plus RAID-1. You've got 4 disks in the array, 2 that are providing performance, and then those 2 performance are put into a RAID array, RAID-1 array, to give you redundancy on the performance. You can do it another way. RAID-5. I've honestly never done anything above RAID-1. So if you're going to ask me how to configure these, I'm going to have to seek additional assistance. But this is all about striping and parity. It's tolerable to a single drive failure, right? So if one of these arrays or one of these goes, you can put one in and not lose data. So it's good for redundancy, it's good for performance, but you need 4 disks to do it. RAID-6 is similar, but adds 1 more block for parity. It's also tolerable to 2 drive failures. So it's really just about how do you want to build it? What do you need for performance? What do you need for redundancy? As for backup rotations, first in, first out, grandfather, father, son, those are ones that are more typically discussed. There are more. Weighted random distribution, incremented media method, Tower of Hanoi. In all honesty, I don't know what the Tower of Hanoi is. Never did I get into it. But grandfather, father, son. So the grandfather might be monthly, the father might be weekly, and the son might be daily. So in any event, you're going to recover 3 backups. First in, first out. Exactly what it sounds like. Ding, 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 ding. Oh, look, I gave myself a slide up. First in, first out. Used when archiving is unimportant. Possible data loss if an error is unnoticed, that would be accurate, right? Because uses the oldest media as the backup. Can only go back as far as the number of media used, right? So that's kind of its limitation. Grandfather, father, son uses first in, first out. With archiving, it's more expensive, but allows you to look further back in time. Media is used until the next instance is needed of the media. So again, very similar to the first one. Here's an example of this being used successfully. 4 daily tapes, Monday through Thursday, overwritten during the next corresponding day, right? So Monday is always the Monday tape, 4 days, or back. 4 weekly, 1 used each Friday, overwritten during the corresponding next Friday. 11 monthly, used on the last day or the first Friday or last Friday, right? Overwritten during the next corresponding month. So we're able to effectively, with that model, go back a year. And if you want to add another layer, you have unlimited or annual backups. But if you need to go back more than a year, you're gonna have to recover at least that many times to rebuild the data. Now you gotta identify a location. Right, so cold site, hot site, warm site. Cold site has no operating equipment, in essence. It's also the cheapest to operate. Could also be that the equipment's there, but never fired up or configured. Hot site is always a duplicate of the original. Real-time replication between those locations. Most expensive to maintain and operate, but hey, depending on, again, what does your impact analysis say? What are you responsible for? You might need a hot site. I would need to really look at your data to make that determination. Might. I find that most organizations of the size and complexity that I believe I have in here today are probably going to be more warm site, right? It's a combination of the two, has hardware and connectivity on site, but you know, it's not immediately operational. You're going to have to go through a recovery process to get it operational. But that's okay, right? What does your business impact analysis say? And have you fired it up and tested? That's nice. So choosing a location. Geographic area is a good consideration, right? Talked a little bit about that facility outside of DIA that some of my clients had an issue with. Well, it's a good question. I don't know how common it is for an airplane to fall out of the sky. And then I guess the housing of that 777's engine did in fact fall out of the sky. Maybe they were right. Accessibility. I have another bank that has a backup facility that's located 2 hours away. Until last year, they had to drive to it to use it. Okay, cool. Your impact analysis says 4 hours. Means you effectively have 2 hours to do your job under ideal conditions. Does it work? Sort of. Not really, I would contend. So we've increased their capacity by implementing new controls that allow us to do the restoration remotely. We've tested it, and it has failed several times before it succeeded. But we increased their capability without decreasing their expectations. There are environmental costs, there are environmental considerations and cost considerations too. Ooh, I have animation here. You don't see that on the paper, do you?
Nope, it's not moving.
Okay. Whew. I was worried. So managing backups. Online being, they can be accessed immediately, right? There's some drawbacks, right? It's vulnerable to attack. Accidental or intentional deletion or manipulation. Nearline, accessible within minutes. Utilize animation to load the backup. That's what my animation is. Offline, similar to nearline, however, requires manual or human intervention. Then off-site, right? Somewhere not in location, which I believe means my next slide should get somewhere near the 3-2-1 methodology. But on managing backups, full backups, all of it's backed up. Lots of redundant data. But if you do daily full backups, you're gonna have a lot of data. Not most of it necessary. Incremental backups. Only backs up the data modified since the last full backup. And useful, but hey, what if, you know, faster to create, but longer to restore? Because you're gonna have to restore every one of them. Full and all of the incrementals. Differential backups. Backs up data modified since the last full backup, longer to create, but faster to restore. So it's going to take all data modified from the last one, not just from the last incremental. Right? Only the last full and differential backup are required to restore the data. There are some older models. I think we don't necessarily need to go too far into those. There are considerations to take if you're dealing with virtual machines, right? Do you need to install the new OS? Probably not, right? Snapshotting, for example. So, but make sure you have licensing. So virtual machines can add a layer of complexity, but if that's something you need assistance with, we'd probably talk you through it. Kind of broached on that. But, all right, is anyone here not familiar enough with the VM? Am I getting a question? Nope. Just getting a moderator back. Is anyone here not familiar with VM? What that brings into play? So, your business continuity backup strategy. It's different in traditional environments versus virtual. It has to. But that's just fine. Sorry. Got myself distracted. How's your lunch? Oh, very nice. No, you're fine. So, oh. No, you're good. You're good. So there's different backup strategies for traditional versus virtual environments. The traditional is going to have alternative hardware and resources and contingency agreements, disk or tape backup solutions, application source media for reinstallation, backup procedures and restoration procedures for all of the above. Whereas with virtual, you have basically redundant or replacement virtual servers, along with virtual machine backups and restoration procedures, along with data backups, VMDR components. The virtual system may make your life a lot easier. Now, it's not necessarily going to mean that your backup strategies differ. It's not going to necessarily mean that you don't have to deal with configuration of RAID arrays to meet your needs. That's at a different level of the OSI model. But virtual can make your life easier. Here's that 3-2-1 model. The easiest way to determine if your backup strategies are at least relevant, right? We talked a lot more in depth than this, but 3-2-1. 3, have 3 copies of your data in 2 locations, right? So 2 copies on site and 1 on different devices, right? The original and the copy count as 2. 1, have one off site or immutable. Mutable is a new phrase that may not necessarily be offline, air gapped. It's just that it can write once and read back. It can't write over. It cannot be changed, hence mutable. These are the protections you have against ransomware. So 3 copies of your data in 2 locations, one of them being offline. What type of controls can you put in place on your backups? Different encryption types and levels. File security, right? NTFS is maybe a little old, but much more advanced than FAT32. Backup versus file retention. How long are we keeping them? Integrity testing. So testing of your backups can be as easy as storing files from backup media. Can be as easy as check file integrity for readability and accuracy. It's different on traditional environments versus virtual. But do the results of testing, this is the most important part, fall in line with your RPOs identified with BIA. Even if you're spending more money than you need to on backups, are you meeting the needs of the RPOs? That is the most important part. We can talk about homing it down. Are you able to meet your needs? So testing, how can you do it? Have a user delete a file, restore the file. That's a file level test. Review backups to ensure each can be retrieved. Right? Copy them locally if you want to try that. Log successful restoration of a file. Make updates. Right? Update any procedures identified during the test that were broken or inaccurate. It doesn't always have to be complicated. Testing in a VM environment. Shut down a production server. Ensure operations can be completed on a secondary server. Can be done during non-peak hours, right? You don't have to do this during peak performance. Log the test as successful. Note exceptions or procedural deviations. So for a summary, how do you want to back up? How often do you back up? What sort of backup location do you want to use? Are you in a traditional environment or a virtual environment? And what goes into your policy? What goes into your procedures? These are all considerations when developing backup processes. With that, I'm going to give you, let's do till 150. Will be the last one. Thanks for hanging in there, guys. The last one's the shortest too. So. Oh, yeah. How's my voice? It's starting to get a little.
No.
It feels a little weak.
Some water.
Something. Okay, yeah, I'll find it on my network. That is the network.
What was I looking for?
I feel like in the last 5 years, I've do that more.
I have to write everything down, everything. I'm not kidding. Like when we go to shred our papers, before we leave for the evening, everybody laughs at me because I have tons of sticky notes shredded.
I love it.
Oh, but it's the only way, or I'll forget.
I just like this. I feel like maybe it's because I feel like you're always trying to do 5 things at once.
Yes.
Women, especially.
Yes.
Yes, that's what we always did as mothers, all that.
Correct.
So So I'm still trying to do it. Yep, I'm right there with, I'm right there with you. Oh, my goodness. Oh, what, I'm not the only one. Yeah. Are you, so, well, I just bought my home, a home last year, been there for a year now, by myself. And, so yeah, I'll probably work till I'm 80. I'll retire the day after I die.
I won't live that long, so
Oh, my God.
not trying to be terribly morbid, I just don't like my aunt.
Yeah.
Make it 80? That's a stretch.
My mom is gonna be, or my father passed away a few years ago, 3 days before his 89th birthday. And my mom is 87, so,
Yeah, longevity.
yeah, not that I. As long as I'm, like, if I'm like my mom and in good health and mind, it's fine, but I don't want anybody like taking care of me or anything like that. So if I'm still of good mind and, you know, health-wise, I'll still be working. Because once you stop working, unless you're, you know, privileged enough to be able to travel and enjoy life that way, you know.
I find a lot of retired people are busy in retirement. They are at work. They're always tinker.
Yeah. But I think about it's like, about volunteers. And 20+ hours a
You
week
can.
doing that.
Definitely,
So,
definitely. I'm on the board for the homeless shelter in Gratiot County. And just volunteering for that and stuff, you can take up a lot of time. And then I was also a volunteer for CASA, court appointed special advocacy for children in Gratiot County. And that took a long. I did that pre-COVID, and then you weren't allowed to go into the homes and stuff like that. Yeah. So you can fill up your time volunteering.
My mother retired. Years ago. But then Dad got sick, so I was full-time job. And after he passed away, she didn't have to work then, but you know, what are you gonna do?
Right.
So she's had like 17 odd jobs. She swears she's gonna retire next week. I really don't.
Is she still young?
61.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Come on. That's
What in the world? You can go sit someplace.
Yeah, right.
Maybe 62. I don't know. Yeah, she's 62.
Okay, so that's young.
Yes.
Well,
Kind of.
well, when she retired, I was a bit critical. I was like, what, you're a couple of years short of early retirement? Come on, stick it up. My dad told me something that I'm gonna have to remember, which was, son, stop getting after your mother. Happy life, happy life. We can for it. All right. Fine. Then he got sick. She goes, see, God told me to do that. Did he? But to that end, right? She still has jobs.
Right.
Because she's busier in retirement than she was not. Before, they would come down and visit all the time. Now they're always busy. Busy doing what? Yeah, work. All right, welcome back to the last portion. And also the shortest by slide count. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Also probably one of the more important, right? Because you've done all this work, built a business impact analysis, built a business continuity plan. But hopefully you never actually have to use this. So how do we know that it works? You gotta test it. So business continuity testing is our last module. And we'll talk about these components, right? If these are the components of the BCP, impact analysis, risk assessment, plan development, finally testing. And what part of this process are we in now, right? So if we started by identifying business processes, do all of these steps, now we're going to test and improve it. We're already on slide 5, guys. Look at how well we're doing. So, principles of testing. Management should implement a business continuity training program. I think that should say testing. Training for all stakeholders, which means that examiners should review the following. Objectives of the continuity training, alignment of training with strategy, extensive targeted business continuity training provided to various personnel, format of the program, and a process for review of updating training. Who should participate? Well, realistically, to some degree, everyone. But when I do my 1 to 2 hour discussions on training programs, talk about how there's a difference between awareness and training. Everybody needs to be aware, not necessarily everybody needs to be educated. Right? So each of these different individuals or entities may be trained at a different level. All employees do not need to understand all moving components of the business continuity. But the IT department ought to understand all of the system recovery procedures. All different pieces of an organism working together. As one of the exam items in the BCM booklet, assess whether management tailors training to target audiences based on their needs, which could include board members, senior management, business process owners, frontline personnel, contract personnel as applicable. There are different types of testing. Tabletop exercise, which I believe everybody should be fairly familiar with. Some examples. That's the one that everyone should do. Limited scale exercises. That could be telling a department to stay home. That could be shutting down a branch for a day. That could be operating an application in a different way than you would normally do it. That could be calling in all of your wires for one day. Sounds horrible, but that could be a limited scale exercise. A full scale test. It's exactly what it sounds like. Turning on the alternate site and operating out of it. You can work with third-party service providers for your testing. There should be, especially if your core is outsourced, make sure that you're getting their results of testing. So number 1, tabletop test. Features of a tabletop test may include engaging operational and support personnel who are responsible for implementing the BCP, practicing and validating specific functional response capabilities, role-playing with simulated responses, critical steps, recognizing difficulties and resolving problems, clarifying critical plan elements, as well as problems noted during the exercise, and creating action plans to correct the issues. This is a tabletop test, you're doing it. It's hypothetical. You create a scenario. Here's an example. At 7:15 p.m., a tornado hits a location, in this case, your main location. Bank building has been completely destroyed along with most everything in the building. Here's where your scenario begins. Now, if you follow a script, if you need a script, create a script, right? In this case, here's some questions to ask. I'm the type of guy that doesn't usually use a script. I like to let the scenario tell me what to do. In fact, if the organization doesn't necessarily know what questions they need to ask. I can find this. That's a finding in and of itself. Now, if you're not comfortable with that process, create the questions to ask and have answered. If there are issues, document them, right? It's open discussion. For a limited scale test, it's a simulation involving applicable resources, whether that's personnel or systems, to recover a targeted business process. Goal of a limited scale exercise is to determine whether targeted systems can be recovered, and whether personnel understand how to do it. Right? That was kind of my, you can call in your wires for a day. Can be a limited scale test, falls under this criteria. You could require the lending department to write down all their loans for one day, if you really wanted to, right? That's a limited scale exercise. It's very manual, a limited scale exercise. It could be as simple as testing communication and remote access capability. It's a limited scale exercise. And honestly, the more of these that you can do and document, better off you're going to be. As a tabletop test, it's the bare minimum. Bare minimum that you can do. But any of these that you can add on to, it's going to make you that much better. Because I don't actually anticipate there's a lot of people in this presentation that are going to get into full scale exercises. If you are, awesome. And I hope that if you haven't gotten there yet, that maybe you do one day, if it's relevant to you. I got plenty of clients where this is absolutely irrelevant. And I have other clients where it's probably the most relevant thing that they should have done. Now, I told you a story about an organization earlier that needed to get RPO and RTO information out of their assets, their individual assets, right? It was identified at the process level. It wasn't at the application. Well, it was, it just wasn't readily presentable, right? Because if it's mapped to a process, it has to meet at least that common denominator. So they were criticized for that. But I think ultimately, the reason that they were criticized is because their impact analysis said that they could recover all of these systems, applications by this time, and they hadn't really tested it. So I believe the criticism is more along the lines of this, and then, as any good auditor examiner will do, start digging. Right? What other dirt exists in this area that we need to find? What other level of understanding isn't being provided, needs to be provided? And so, if you are doing a lot of your own core processing or other internal processing that matters, and you have relatively tight BIA requirements, they're going to expect that you have this to validate that you can do it. So do it. And it's not cheap, right? It's not. I remember they said, we're probably going to have to spend $1 million. I said, at least. That's on the low. But you gotta, unless you want to outsource. So full-scale testing is exactly what it sounds like. A full-scale exercise simulates the full use of your available resources. In this scenario, a full demonstration of remote site capabilities. The most successful organizations that I know will have at least 2 hot sites, and their test is at once a year or once every half a year. They'll pick a Saturday, they'll flip the proverbial switch, and as soon as everything's online over here, clock it out, and now they're operating off that site for the next period of time. The most successful organizations in this category don't call it backup sites. They just call them sites, usually identified by locations. So the Madison facility is the current production facility. Next quarter, it'll be the Lansing facility. You get to that level, and guys, you've won the testing. You're good. Doesn't mean that you're not going to have failure someday. Doesn't mean that you're not going to learn from it. But if you can do that, and that failover test results in you operating out of it for an extended period of time, and it meets the values identified by your department heads in your business impact analysis, guys, that you won. Time to clock out. Take a nap. You've earned it. That's full-scale testing. I talked ahead of myself. We're going fully by the window. There is a difference between a full-scale exercise and a full-scale interruption. But that's okay. Full-scale test, bringing the whole system online, full-scale interruption, operating out of it. If you get there, you win. There's nowhere else to go. There is actually mirrored, right? One never actually goes offline, they operate concurrently. Industry exercises and resilience. This is working with CAPS. So CAPS exercises through FSI SAC. There are other ones that you can do, right? It could even be as simple as hiring us to come do it with you. I've had several organizations that I haven't worked with in the past that just said, hey, can you come lead some of these tests for us? It's not that we don't know what we're doing. We just don't have someone from the outside questioning the center. Sure, I'd love to do that. Let's do it. In fact, I'm doing one in a couple weeks. I'm gonna fly out to Baltimore. Third-party service provider tests. So this is going to be working with those critical vendors to test. Could be your plans. Could be working with them while they test their plans. Management should track and resolve any issues identified during the exercises in a timely manner. That's going to be with any of the tests, right? They're kind of audits. They're kind of consultative audits, but they're kind of audits. I will track them. I think I have an example of that here in a bit. Testing for core and significant firms. Yes, kind of covered that already. See, that thing going on. Have a testing schedule. This was actually kind of an interesting thing. I'm working with sales right now. There's a potential client. They called and said, we need to develop a backdrop testing or a VCP testing schedule for us. I said, cool. Let me see what recommendation they're operating off of. Their examiner gave them essentially a recommendation that says that they need this. Business continuity testing schedule. Okay, well, what are we going to base it on? What do we base everything on? A risk assessment. Well, what does a risk assessment look like? Well, guess what? Their auditor told them that they don't have RPOs and RTOs. I told sales, we got to build them a business impact analysis before we can build this. He goes, how long is that going to take us? Minimum of 40 hours? He goes, to get that? I said, well, to get it in a useful format, yes. You want to put the SBS name on it, yes. But if you just want to give them a spreadsheet that has some stuff on it, and not put SBS's name on it, feel free. But if you want to do it right, and they don't have the stuff to get it right, I can't just create it out of the ether and call it good. So this could be an example of your testing schedule. It can be that simple, but it's got to be based on your risk assessment. Or it's just not valid. So how often are we going to test these different components? What's the schedule look? It is important to have, but it's impossible to just create well out of the. You can get some good ideas, right? Like this is a pretty solid, really baseline suggestion. My guess is that if you look at the data, you're going to come up with more tests and tighter frequencies. Post-exercise. When it's done, there's action. You got to identify the issues during the exercises and document them. And I like to track them like audit results. Right? They're effectively recommendations for improvement. Treat them as such. So I might create something like this. Now this is very SBS-ish, right? Here's action tracking. Probably a little hard to read, but above there's a recommendation, which you get to accept, reject, place on hold, provide a response for it. Once it's assigned to somebody, a response will pop out. You have a due date, a completion date, and you follow it through to completion. When it's done, you report on it. Exception tracking, action tracking. Treat the recommendations like an audit recommendation. Manage it the same way. It will go a long ways to improving your business continuity process, as well as showing management functionality of it, management oversight of it. You treat it like an audit, you have to respond to it. It holds accountability. Right, so create a memo. Send that memo as your report of completion of testing. What did we do? What did we find? What are our action items that we need to do to improve? Most importantly, what are we going to do about it? What have we done about it? What will we do about it? You know what? Just with any audit recommendation, sometimes it's okay to accept the risk. Maybe there's nothing we can do about it right now. If such a scenario arises, unsolicited advice, create a risk exceptions log, identify someone responsible for approving the exception, someone responsible for hopefully ultimately remediating it, what remediation might look like, why you're choosing to accept it. Sometimes it's money, sometimes it's other reasons. But if you have your risk exceptions list, exceptions, EXCEP, not a stepper. EIOS. And that goes through some level of management accountability, preferably the board of directors. It is effectively your dirty laundry list. It is. Some organizations are not comfortable with that. I prefer to lead with it. Here you go, auditor. Here's what dirty laundry. These are the things I know I can't do anything about. I'm gonna write them up, write them up. I can't do anything about them right now. But at least you know that I am aware of them and that we are doing what we can to deal with it. Here's some compensating controls. So that's my unsolicited advice. In summary on the module, determine what sort of testing you want to do with your BCP. Create a time frame for how and when they'll be completed. Create a summary of the tests. Make sure those reports are given to your board of directors. Usually the board, could be a designated. Review critical third parties business continuity plans and testing and ensure that they meet the requirements. If you have any questions, I guess I got a couple more slides. Preparing for your exam. What to do? Look at the examination procedures in the handbook. Basically going to tell you what they're looking for. Look at your CAP maturity requirements. Everyone's got to be baseline. I suspect some in here have to be evolving. My guess is nobody in here has to be intermediate, but if you do, look at those also. Are you complying with those requirements? Have you completed an impact analysis? Guys, these are some pretty basic checks. Have you created one? Or yes. Have you completed one? Yes. Has it, along with the plan, been approved? It should be approved annually, right? This should go through the board annually. Has the testing, according to the schedule, been completed and documented? Have action tracking, exception tracking documentation been updated? Guys, it's fine if you haven't answered them all. There should be an answer in everything. Even if that answer is, I can't do anything right now. Make sure it's documented in board and committee minutes. Because again, in document, it didn't happen. One of my most interesting audit findings was, I was looking through their board minutes, and then every month it said that they, basically in the consent agenda, that they reviewed and approved the IT committee minutes. Except the IT committee met quarterly. So I said, guys, it's getting a little outside my scope. But I just have to imagine that you're operating here on a template, filling some stuff in. Now, I don't get into all the other stuff. But what if some of this other stuff isn't accurate? Somebody might have an issue. So that story anecdotally, make sure it's documented in your content or in your board minutes and in your IT committee. Check out other guidance as necessary. Right? Successful examination relies on security with a heartbeat. A comprehensive information security program. A work plan and schedule on which you operate. Active management team and board. If you have these things, it's a lot. I get that. All 7 down in 3 bullet points. You're gonna be successful. You might have recommendations, because that's okay. Recommendations are recommendations. MRAs are problems. MRIs are bigger problems. We'll use it. There should not be a need for individual heroism at the end when an exam comes. If that exists, it's because probably there wasn't a schedule that was followed. May not have even been a schedule. Maybe people are overworked, overstressed, look for additional resources. That's another requirement of board and senior manager. And again, final reference on what a comprehensive information security program looks like. So if you have questions, those of you online want to speak up, feel free to ask. If you are more comfortable asking me without me or with all of us, my contact information is at least at the beginning. Feel free to get it. Anyone here can also provide it. But I thank you for coming. Hope you found this educational and entertaining. Probably an emphasis on educational. Have a great day. Well,
Wait, everybody already.
that's all right.
Thanks, Miles.
No, there's 10 people on there.
Oh, there's
Now
so-
they're dropping.
yeah, thank you all. Thanks, everyone.
Whew. It's a lot of talking.
You did a good job making it interesting though.
Yes,
thank
you
you.
did.
Your energy is awesome.
See, that's,
Oh,
Absolutely.
there's a chat right there. Oh.
Thank you, Miles.
Nice. Thank you all.
Well, here's the thing, and I learned this early on. I enjoy this stuff, but most people don't enjoy this stuff the way that I actually enjoy this.
Yeah, but you can tell you enjoy it because of the way you present it.